Hello there. Happy Friday. I just wanted to get the everything ready. Anyway, anyway, good evening. Happy Friday. Yeah, sorry for the delayed start. I I upgraded. This wasn't the cause of the delay, but I did update one of my Seestars to the very latest firmware. So that's uh, that's good. That I've been meaning to do that for a few days. Um, the other issue I ran into was I was trying to get EQ mode working, and I ran into not quite the bad issue I ran into the other day, but similar, where it was dropping most of the frames. So I ended up restarting it, kind of double checking the alignment, and long story short, I got it working. But just as I was getting it working, my network went down. And it didn't go down in the sense that I couldn't get to the internet. It went down in the sense that the access point that the telescopes connect to got disconnected from the rest of the network. And so I spent the following half hour trying to fix the network. So apologies, but it hopefully will keep working. So how's everybody doing? Let me see where things are. So I'll just switch to the telescopes, which are already in progress. There we go. And this time I actually remembered. Wait, is it playing? I actually remembered to put the kind of stars on the screen, kind of the ambient background stuff. But actually, sorry. Let me get the all sky camera going in the corner there. I was so busy fixing my issues with the hold on. So busy fixing my issues with the network that I kind of missed a few other things. So hold on. Want to get the all sky camera going in the corner, but okay, 253, and there we go. So now you can see the all sky camera, and I can switch this view. Anyhow, so I went ahead and started. Am I going to have to restart this? Okay, no. So I already started imaging, although this is interesting. It's supposedly an equatorial mount, but you can see my alignment is off because it's at a slight angle. So I need to work on that. I need to work on getting my alignment a little bit better. Now, all things considered, over half an hour, this isn't too bad because this particular object is very near the celestial, or not very near, but fairly high in the sky, near, not too far from Polaris. Well, not quite, but anyway, you can kind of see the telescope outlet just kind of pointing at a weird angle there. But yeah, the good news is once I got it kind of at least more aligned, it's doing much better than it was earlier. And then the other telescope, I don't think is actually pointing at anything yet. Yeah, I had done an initial time pointing at, is it calf? And I didn't Oh, this is interesting. This is I'm sorry, this has happened to me before, but all of my chat. So no, I wasn't on last night. Sorry, I originally thought I was going to be on Thursday, but what ended up happening is one of my kids had a birthday, and I thought things would be over earlier, but I couldn't skip that. Yeah, I should I should put the date on it. Yeah, yeah. So daughter's birthday. Yeah, and I agree. There should be a text block below current. It's actually on my list. I have to think about that because I made that text block so it would be easy to dynamically do things, but I'll look at that in a moment. Hello, Turf. Good evening. Yeah, so since I was flipping between networks, for some reason the live thumbnail was showing on my kind of YouTube view, but none of the chat had stopped, was updating, and I was like, oh, surely somebody said something, but cool. So let's figure out something to target on this. Oh, and the other thing that I'm running in AltAz equatorial mode is that supernova again. Let me zoom in here. The supernova should be somewhere in there, but oh, this is interesting. You can already kind of see the dust lane. But yeah, my alignment isn't great for equatorial mode, so we'll see how that goes tonight. Now this is the one running the old firmware, and I'll show you the new one in a moment, because it was interesting. I actually had, so you know, you have the guest and the controller mode. I actually had Alp running locally and on my Raspberry Pi, and one of them took control, so I had to like change it. So yeah, I don't get that. I mean, I have a theory about that, and I've run into a similar issue when, like, just now when my network was having issues, and I could connect to the Raspberry Pi and to the telescopes, but connections to the internet were kind of hanging, and I wonder if that's part of your issue. Like something is trying to reach out to the internet and it's just taking a long time and it's slowing down every page. I'm not sure, but all right. So let me find a target to get on this one, and then we will start looking at guest mode, because there was some recent updates, like as in today, to help with that. Oh man. Rain and snow. Well, as you can see, it was kind of iffy here. I mean, it's not like rain and snow, but it was saying like 20% clouds or 20% chance of clouds. But so far, the only clouds have been like these high cirrus clouds that haven't been a major issue so far. So we'll see. But yeah, rain and snow, definitely not conducive. Maybe for radio astronomy. So let's see. Fuzzy butterfly. Okay, cool. Let me just make sure I don't have anything. Okay, so wow, 16 inches of snow. That's crazy. Yeah, the high clouds have been kind of on and off here. And they might stop at some point. Supposedly are going to stop here before midnight. There was something I had on my list. Okay, that's after. The Skull Nebula is after 8:30. And I'm imaging that supernova. I had after 9:30, I want to do some Pleiades. I want to do an experiment with 20-second exposures in alt-azimuth mode. And the telescope on the left here is The B scope is the one that's running the latest firmware right now. Oh, nice. Nice. Let me look up this fuzzy butterfly cluster. Let's look this up. Will this work? Actually, I'm gonna have to relaunch it because sometimes Stellarium gets really confused when I switch monitors for some reason. Okay, so fuzzy butterfly. Okay, yeah, that, although that looks like that might be tricky. Not tricky, but might have some field rotation there. Let me see. That doesn't tell me anything. Let me zoom in. Oh, that's an hour from now. Is it just now 8? Yeah, I think the reason why I wanted to get some time on this is because of this dark cluster, or this dark nebula underneath. So let me go ahead and get this fuzzy butterfly. And I'm just going to do this for a half hour right now. 30 minutes, 120, no light pollution. Go. So one of the things that was added very recently was an easier way to deal with guest mode. And the nice thing is, since I have now updated to the latest firmware, I can actually test it. Now, of the two telescopes, if I go look at this, the overall view of the telescopes, you can see this one's the equatorial one is on 2.76 and this one is on 3.31. So this is the the equatorial one, because I wasn't sure if the cable was affecting the guiding, I went ahead and just didn't plug it in right now. So the battery is draining, so we'll see. Hopefully I'll remember to go plug it in before it runs out of battery, but we shall see. But so if I switch to, so the AltAz one is the one that's the latest firmware. So you can see it's you look at the bottom here, it has the client list, and it shows that Alp is the name of my Raspberry Pi, and this is actually the IP address of this computer. And so if I go to look at this is Alp running on my Raspberry Pi. Let me wait for it to go back to the so here's the EQ one, and here's the AltAz one, and you can see it says unavailable, and oops, you can see, come on, accidentally swiped, unavailable in guest mode, and it shows that it is not the master. So there's a new screen that was added today under functions guest mode, and it'll show you all the devices that are connected. Now right now I only have the two Alp instances. Let me see if I can fire up the app. I actually have the app running on this computer over here. Let's see if we can connect. Unfortunately, I don't have a good way of sharing the screen of this one, but... Okay, I started up the app. Will it connect to the scope? Or not? Yeah. Okay, so interestingly, it just it connected the app on the oh, and see, this updated and it's running on my laptop, but it's the iPad version of the app, and so you can see it just popped in, and it actually brought up the star view screen. It automatically popped into that. Maybe next time I'll figure out a way to share that screen, but what I can do is, so this computer isn't the controller. It's just a guest. So I can go to, this is the one that's actually controlling. Oh, and if you have a different version of the firmware, like the EQ one is not running the right firmware, it can it flags that and says guest mode's unavailable on this firmware. So I'll go back to this instance, and it's the controller, so I'm going to release control, and something just popped up on the app saying it can claim claim control. And then this one, I just hit reload on the Raspberry Pi, I can also claim control. So if I click control, I click control over on the iPad. Well, I mean the laptop that's effectively an iPad. Let me hit reload here. Yep, now it says it's the controller, and this one says it's the controller. So now this version of the app, if I go in, there's you have to go in to the settings, advanced, and guest mode, and then you can release control. And so I just did that over there. And if I hit reload, you can see nothing's controlling it. So I'm going to claim control on this instance. And now it's the controller. And so when I go look at it here, it should show me all the information, shows me the 3 instances. And yeah, everything's working. But that screen was just added, and it should make it a lot easier to switch control, and also to see what other devices are connected. Because what happened to me earlier is I had the app running on my laptop, and I had Alp connected, and the app was the controller, and I quit the app on my laptop. And there's not like a, I mean, maybe there's a way to like force quit it, like when you're using an iPad or an iPhone. But since it's running on the Mac, I just went, file quit. And I went back to Alp, and it said it was still connected. And so at least it's like more visible now, that where you can actually see that it thinks it's connected. Yeah, I should do that. I should do that to prevent it. Well, I think the use of the wiki is kind of like a manual or documentation and tutorials and guides. So that wouldn't be something where you'd like that is more not static, but it's more like you want to update the document and not necessarily have a threaded version of it, yeah. A sword fight. I like that. I like that. Oh man, rain and snow in New Jersey. Yeah, no snow here, but we well, I think that's also the other thing. Like a wiki is good for frequently asked questions, whereas forums and definitely chats ended up the same questions get asked over and over again. One thing I had actually thought about doing is adding something in Alp to make it like more accessible, the wiki and some other resources too, and other things in the app itself. I haven't done it yet, but it's an idea I've been kicking around. Okay, so wait, let me hit reload on this. Okay, so this is the Raspberry Pi. So I can't claim or release control because I'm not controlling it. But I'm going to quit the app over here. So I quit it. Now let me hit reload. Will it drop off? No, it hasn't dropped off. It's quit. I quit the app on my laptop and it still says it's running. I wonder at what point the Seestar cleans that up. Or if it is still running in the background, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, it still claims it's running. So that's interesting. But that also kind of explains, you know... Oh, it finally dropped off. But yeah, it's... I explicitly quit it and it didn't immediately. Oh, right. So there was something here. This is another thing that was just added today. If you go to the support page, it had a way to upload logs before, where it would kind of bundle up your logs and, well, not upload them. It would bundle your logs, create a zip, and then you could upload it. You could share it as you wanted. Like it was opt-in. But now, support has documentation, the Discord channels, bug reporting, and then also the ability to generate support bundle. I mean, this is brand new, and but I think it's a good start. I mean, I think it's a helpful addition. We still got a ways to go, but it's a great step, I think. Yeah, I heard about that. I actually heard about that, that there was a poll about Alp on the Facebook page. I hadn't gone there, but I heard about it. Hello, Britt. Yeah, you're seeing one live. It's an actual live stream. Yeah, I still feel like I'm still catching my breath after running up and down the stairs a lot trying to get the network working again. But let's go back to live view. Let's see. So this is the fuzzy butterfly. I need to bring up the other telescope since I do have two of them running. There we go. Oh, same object twice. Actually, I'll move this one. This is the one imaging the a lot of noise, but a lot of gradient too. I did put the a doof shield on it to try to mitigate that, but a lot of stuff, and still not quite visible without processing the supernova. Oh, nice. On the Gulf Coast of Alabama. Thoughts of taking it to the beach. I mean, just like a lot of things, I'd be I mean, like a lot of equipment, I'd be careful about like salt and salt spray and stuff. That said, I did see someone had taken theirs down to the beach, actually during the day, and they were uh, taking photos of like sailboats and stuff using scenery mode. Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you, Cosmic Ray. Please hit the like button. It helps the channel a lot, and it does engagement. It helps bring people to the live stream, since YouTube sends the signal out to people, and especially because my live streams aren't always on our completely regular schedule, because of a lot of it depends on clear weather. Sometimes I'll have 3 or 4 like in a row, and then I might go 2 weeks without one because of weather. But I've been trying to not go too long and just go ahead and do like photo processing live streams, just to not. It's also helpful to work through my backlog, and it's cool too, because people give good suggestions on the live stream on settings and parameters to try with some of the software I'm using. But yeah, please hit that like button. Smash that like button. I don't understand. It's like smashing it. That's what might break your computer. I mean, gently touch the like button. Whatever works for you. But yeah, yeah, that's I might, depending on how long we go tonight, I might go ahead and I was hoping to pull it before the stream started, but I need to grab some data, some of the previous sessions off my network and put them on this local drive. I want to possibly reprocess the supernova footage, because I've now had 3 sessions with it, I think. Let me see. Hold on. So if I go to the Discord server, Astro Images, and like this one was, yeah, this was a single imaging session, 84 minutes, processed with Cyril, and I mean, this was the first imaging session I did of the supernova, like the day it was discovered, when someone mentioned on the live stream that there was a new supernova. And as you can see, it's zoomed in quite a bit, but the quality is pretty good. I mean, the quality isn't bad. I processed it. I did a drizzle with it, so that helped kind of improve some of the fine detail. And I did, I think I did a manual stretch in Cyril, and the generalized hyperbolic stretch. I did Graxpert to clean it up, curve stretches in Cyril, and cosmic clarity to kind of clean up the stars. But like I say, this was 84 minutes, and I think now I have at least 3 or 4 hours of data. So I want to reprocess it, because just to make the more detail in the galaxy, and also kind of bring out the supernova more. But yeah, that's why I'm imaging even more, because I just want to maximize the detail. Yeah, okay. Boca Chica Beach, cool. Yeah, like I say, I have seen people do that, but just like everything, you make sure you don't get too much. Then again, it's not like there's probably a lot of stuff that would corrode. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I mean, not only a 10-inch hyperstar, but like from a Bortle 2 or so, I think, right? Um, yeah, it takes. I mean, I was able to get something detectable out of it in, I think, 20 or 30 minutes of data if I kind of squinted at it without doing any major processing. And that's from my, and that was when that original data that I showed, that was, if I recall correctly, the moon was up at the time, and it was nearly full moon. So all things considered, I think that was Bortle 9 full moon and like 17th magnitude supernova or something like that. It was like 16 and a half 17th magnitude, and my background skies are just horrible. Yeah, no, that would be cool. And especially depending on the beach, it could, like some of those beaches can actually be really nice and dark. I've actually wanted to do it, because there's some, because I'm further along the Gulf Coast, in Texas, in Houston. I've been wanting to go down to some of the barrier islands. There's one to the south west of here that looks pretty good from a light pollution point of view. So I'm in this mess. But like the west end of Galveston, which is 50-minute drive or less from my house, is Bortle 4. But then if you go down here, which is also kind of, I'm actually on this freeway. If I just head south to Lake Jackson and then kind of go into this area, there's some town down here. And yeah, it gets down to like Bortle 3 over here on some of these barrier islands. So I've thought about kind of heading down there just to, and plus if I'm imaging stuff to the south, that's over the Gulf, so that there would be no light. So I was thinking of, yeah, I think that would be kind of cool. Well, with the hyperstar, it's it is the hyperstars are like F2. yeah, that would, but well, and it wouldn't even be possible because unfortunately it's kind of depressing in a way, but the furthest things we can see are like basically as far as we're going to be able to see, if that makes sense, because the objects are moving away from us so quickly that yeah, more stuff is not going to go into view. It's going to be less, if anything, over time. That's true. The oil rigs are quite bright. When I said it would be dark, in my head I was thinking, unless I was looking at an oil rig, in which case, yeah. Although some of them, I think do some of these show up on here? Yeah, I think some of them do show up on here. Because see, like, oh yeah, see, look, so south from here, there is a rig right there. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of why, this is like Bortle 2 and why there's like a Bortle 4 right there. And you can see, I always think it's cool, like, you can see different, holy moly. Are those all rigs? Dang. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, half from Brazoria. I'm in Houston. Like I'm like central Houston. But yeah, what was I? Oh, as far as things, distant things, I still need to, I've said this for a while. Oh, and I'll say it again. Segue. I'm looking at the, if you haven't liked the video, there's 13 people on this video, and only not there's fewer likes on the video. So please like the stream, because it like the video, because it does help send a signal. And because I've noticed that on previous live streams that if a bunch of people like it up front, it does help bring more people to the stream over time, over the course of the stream. So speaking of distant things, I've been meaning to do a video about this for a long time. Maybe I'll have some time over Thanksgiving, because I have a couple days off. But I kind of got on this kick with the Seestar of imaging quasars. And one of the first quasars that was found, I think it was one of the first ones. It's about like 2 billion light years away. And it's intrinsically, it's like its absolute brightness is very high, which is why it was one of the first quasars, if not the first one, discovered. But since then, there have been much more distant ones discovered, obviously. And they're always finding new ones. I mean, the problem is there's all these like faint little things on these deep sky surveys, and they haven't necessarily done all the measurements to get the redshifts for all those things. So there's all these objects out there, and you can go into some of the catalogs online, and you'll click around, and it's like they don't have any statistics on some of these objects. So there's always new ones, new things showing up in surveys of like it's within the reach of a Seestar, but it's very far away. And so I kind of got on this kick of, well, let me see how far of a quasar I can image. And I need to reprocess it, because the image isn't the processing wasn't great. I kind of overcooked it, because I was trying to bring out the quasar. But this thing, so if you take an image of M13 or M3, sorry, and I did an hour and a half of M3, which is like way overkill for M3, but it was to get this little dot. So this is a galaxy, obviously, and that little dot there is this quasar, which is 11 billion light years away, which is pretty far. Now, I haven't, maybe I'll do that on another live stream. I should do that. Let me make note of that. But because tomorrow it should be clear here, and so I was definitely planning on doing another live stream. I need to get the data together, but I basically was trying to image things further and further away. And so this one I was pretty happy with, because and with some of the new processing I've done, I can make it look even brighter. With some of the particular tool I used for this, it wasn't ideal. So it's like noisy and got artifacts and stuff, but you can still see it. And that's 11 billion light years away. So the universe was 2 billion years old or so. Like the light from that quasar was emitted 6 billion years before the solar system was formed. Like, it's just mind-bogglingly far and distant in the past. Well, I imaged one even further away, and I've been meaning to do a video about it, about the progression of like trying to find further and further quasars that I could actually image from inside Houston, like not dark sky at all, like Houston, Bortle 9, bad Bortle 9, not even a good Bortle 9. Like, it's solidly Bortle 9. I was able to image one over 12 billion light years away. And I can't remember if there were two of them that I was trying to image, and one of them was like 12.9 billion light years away. So, and I can't remember if I actually was able to image that. Basically, the universe was less than a billion years old when the light from that quasar was emitted. And it's like one of the more intrinsically bright quasars. And it might be because it's got like, the thing is with some of these quasars, they're so bright because they have jets, and the jet might be pointed right towards Earth, or kind of towards the Milky Way. Anyway, long story short, I need to find that one, and maybe I'll process that on another live stream. But I can't remember if it was, because I know there were two of them that were over 12 billion light years away, and I remember imaging one of them. And I can't remember if it was the one that was like 12.3 or the one that was like 12.8, 12.9 billion light years away. But yeah, that was kind of my mission. And I think I might have gotten the one that was 12.9 billion, because it was kind of like, I'm done. I'm not going to try to find anything further away, because I feel like that's good enough for my mission. Yeah, the more you like, the more the algo picks it up and shares it with others. And remember, sharing is caring. So anyway, so yeah, and maybe I'll reprocess this one too to try to get rid of some of the noise. And also, like, I've been using that cosmic clarity, which does help make the stars crisper. And I think the Milky Way, that would be not Milky Way, a globular cluster like M3, it would be really nice to do with that. So let's see how far. I think this one, I started it on a schedule, but then I restarted Alp. And so the schedule, it's not going to stop. So I might stop once I'm up to maybe another hour. Not an additional hour, but once it's past an hour of integration time. Excuse me. But this is going well. Oh, this one, it just ended. Hey, cool. So we'll find another target for this. Yeah, I mean, well, like, that's the thing. They don't. It's hard to say, like, but that said, so like, so that object I imaged, that was, nope, not the one at Fermilab. That was 2.5. The Z, the redshift was 2.5 about. Let's see, how much was it? 2.517. So 2.517. So that was 11.09 billion light years away. But its distance right now is over 19 billion light years away. So we're seeing it the way it was 11 billion years ago, but it's since moved further away. So according to Hubble's law, it would be 19 billion light years away. And let me see if I can find the one that was really far. Let's see. I have the I mean, that just, the name of this object just rolls off the tongue. SDSS J16014.76 plus 150.237.7. It's as easy as that. So its redshift, I think I did image this one. This might be the one I imaged. And its redshift is 6.699, which according to the cosmology calculator, if I plug that in, yeah, that was, I think I did image that one. So that was 12, the universe was only 800 million years old when the light was emitted. But it's 12, the light we see traveled 12.9 billion light years. But the object itself is now over 28 billion light years away, which is kind of crazy. Anyway, what is this? What is this madness? I was just going off on a tangent about, distant objects, and specifically how I had imaged some, not this quasar, but like this was a few weeks ago, or a few months ago, I imaged that quasar, which doesn't look like much, and it's just a little dot, but it's 11 billion light years away, that little dot, and I was able to image it. But it was just kind of like a interesting thing to try out, you know. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But that was just a tangent. I'm actually doing some live observing. So this right here is a galaxy, which doesn't look like much, but I'm imaging it some more because there's a supernova there, which is, I should just keep this image up handy. But basically, a supernova was discovered just a few days ago, and you can't see it in this, but after I processed it with Serial, which is free software, I was able to kind of identify it. And so I'm just trying to get more exposures of the supernova so I can, you know, kind of bring out more detail in this galaxy and bring out the supernova that much more. Yeah. So let's find another object to image. And while I'm doing that, if you could like the video, it does help the channel a lot. I know it's a common thing, but it does help. It does help. It does help recommend it to others, and it does help a lot. Okay, so that was the fuzzy butterfly cluster, which I don't know, it didn't look like a fuzzy butterfly, but now we can actually, I think the Skull Nebula is up, which is kind of Skull Nebula. Skull Nebula. Let's see. I mean, the names are very creative. Skull Nebula, Soap Bubble Nebula, or Voodoo Mask Nebula. So I don't know. But we will image that. So it's on this one. Go to, no, image. We'll get that. Light. I'll do 30 minutes of that. Crank up the gain. Yeah. And hit go. And we'll just wait for it to start. But yeah, it's too bad that, I mean, if I had a hyperstar out in a dark sky, I definitely could have a more pronounced image at this point. It's one of those things where you can almost, like, if I pull up the if I pull up this version of it. So there's these two stars here and this star here. So that is this star. And you can see these three stars are these three stars. And then these two are these two. Now, you can't even see these two right in this image. Not really. So this one you can't see either. But, I mean, with processing it kind of, you can bring it out. And, yeah. Actually, I have more than, there's more than one like. It's just sometimes the statistics are weird with YouTube. Oh, James Webb. Let me look that up. What was the name of that site? Do I still have that? I have all these links from the last few live streams. Oh, here. Space Telescope Live. I knew I had it somewhere. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Separate. Come on. So yeah, what is the James Webb imaging? I'll look that up. $185. Sam Jazza. I'm looking it up. Is there? I'm not seeing a nebula named after that. 13 likes. Yeah, 13 likes, but feel free to like it if you. It does help. Gray Embassy. Oh, nice. IC 353. Which is IC 353? 353. Oh, yeah. And there's like this nebula here. Which one is this one? Yeah. Yeah, I think I have imaged this one. But what is IC 353 specifically? Sometimes this survey doesn't show things very well. Is it all part of this nebula kind of complex? Oh, okay, NGC. NGC 185. Oh. Oh, okay. This one? This galaxy? Is that what you're imaging? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad it wasn't just me. F2 are short. Yeah. Yeah, the sub $10,000 ones. Let me see. Sorry. There we go. So this is what James Webb is imaging. Whatever this little thing is. And oh, there we go. This does look kind of like a creepy like a skull or something with glowing eyes. This artifact, I probably need to do another what do you call it, dark frame, because this has a lot of artifacts. Oh, you're not doing. Oh, okay, on the front page. I don't have the app handy. I see, but is IC so IC 353 the nebula? Like this one? Paradolia? Okay. 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 Yeah, yeah. Okay, bluish nebula. Then this is that. This is that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've imaged that. No, that's cool. I think the problem I have with some of these objects sometimes is just my sky locations are really bad. And so some nebulas just end up too subtle, too the surface brightness is too low. Some galaxies too. I can't. Pareidolia. Let me look that up. Let me look that up. Oh, that. Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to image that. I can't image that. That was like the face on. Oh, okay, Pareidolia. Oh, are you talking about like this? Where it kind of looks like a face? Yeah. No, it. Yes, you're exactly right. It's I didn't know that was the term for it, but you're exactly right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean it's a strength and a weakness of human perception, where we sometimes see things that aren't there. Like we try to see patterns that don't exist. Take another try. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it's yeah. But that's cool. But yeah, I want to get more data on it just to try to get more detail from the nebula. Yep. Cool. How are we doing on this one? Okay. So, well, the drop ratio is pretty good. That's good. So even though I didn't get my alignment perfect, it's good enough. And I want to get integration time at least an hour. So we'll see how much over an hour I can get. Yeah. I think it might be obstructed. Let me see, because I've wanted to image the monkey head. I don't know about that. Although I did like one of the names, the voodoo mask. You know, yeah, monkey head's still well obstructed where I am, and it's going to be like 2 hours before it's really probably after 11 local time before it's really kind of not obstructed, unfortunately. Oh, that's neat. No, that's a good idea. I like that. Yeah, get a nice wide view and do a time lapse. That's cool. Yeah, the star trails are cool. I like the ones where people do kind of the animation of a star trail, of the star trails, where it starts off and then they kind of, you see them kind of like form the star trails. Those are cool. Yeah. Post your landscape so we can track along with your stellarium. What do you mean? In what sense? Like what things I'm imaging right now? And there's almost 20 people watching right now and only 13 likes, so if you could like the stream, that does help. It helps the channel a lot. The horizon? Oh, you mean like post my, this horizon? I mean, the horizon does, yeah, I need to figure out a way to dump that out. Or I need to grab that from the file system. And I could put it on Discord. Yeah, it is. I mean, it really is. It's abysmal. It is abysmal. Like, if I zoom out in Stellarium and then, no, stop. For some reason, and then try to center it. Yeah. So this is like, this circle is the actual, like, well, that doesn't help. This is the horizon. The physical horizon is where the compass direction letters are. And yeah, I'm like looking at a keyhole up through at the sky. Yeah, let me dump that in Discord. You're on Discord, right? Oh yeah. Oh cool. Welcome to the stream videos of Infinity. Thanks for joining. Yeah, it really is. It is crazy. The my terrible skies. Yeah. Hey, you know, hey. Yeah, and don't forget to like the video. It does help the stream a lot. Do appreciate it a lot. So could I get an image? The problem is, I think, I presume that's in Orion, and the problem is Orion's, I have like this terrible horizon, and so Orion is behind the buildings. But let me see. What did I just do? Turned on the Telrad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's risen, but it's not going to be visible here for like 3 hours because it's solidly behind a bunch of buildings. Do I live in a volcano? That's funny. I for some reason I said I live in a pineapple at the bottom of the sea, but no. It's I have you might think that, but I'm just surrounded by a lot of buildings that are 2-3 stories high. So yeah. Yeah. No, that's, well, at least you have that option. Putting something on the roof of my house would be scary. Okay, Pac-Man Nebula, cool. Yeah, east is less obstructed for me. West, so like this is the meridian, so west is like up, like on this field of view, so I can't see things generally much past the zenith. So like if I'm here, this is looking south, so I'll see things come up east, and then yeah, I'll be able to see them a little bit past the zenith, but then yeah, they're blocked. Sirius, again, I think the problem is right now I have bad visibility here. Yeah, same thing. Although Sirius hasn't actually risen yet, but yeah, it won't be visible for another couple hours. Oh, yeah. Well, mine is behind buildings, but at least it will get out from behind buildings. Oh, that's nice. That's awesome. That's getting big clear skies. Yeah. Yeah. At least I try. Yeah. No. Yeah. It's definitely one of the challenges here. I do need to dump my sky on the Discord server. Which, if you haven't joined the Discord server, there's a Discord server for the channel where we chat, and if people share their astronomy photos and stuff like that. It's ask questions, show. Yeah. So it's if you Discord, it's which I always say I'm gonna keep an eye on Discord. Oh hey, somebody joined earlier. Oh no, just now. Hey, hello. Yeah, 90 minutes. Yeah, that's definitely a drag. Yeah, it's funny. Wiley's site has challenging observing conditions as well, but somehow I managed to beat. Like, it's not a competition, and it's definitely not one I want to be beating people at. Okay. Let's see. The stack frame rate is pretty good. Not a whole lot of drops here. I definitely need to change the dither interval and make it longer. I'll probably stop this soon. Move on to another target on this one. Yeah, yeah, thanks. Oh, thanks. Videos of Infinity? Oh yeah, hi. Oh. Yeah, it is a funny name for a for chat software, Discord. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes it can actually be Discord. Yeah, Orion. Yeah, it's up here, but well, I just can't see it from my house at the moment. But later this evening, it'll be nice and high in the sky. Hello, Aiden. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Sorry. Said something in general. Hey. Like I say, I have been trying to... Yeah. Yeah, so I did do a brief little demo of that in the beginning. I did this one, the one on the right, is actually running the new firmware. So far it's been fine. I haven't really run into any differences. I did there is a new screen that was added today, that guest mode, where it'll show you the other devices that are connected. Let me resize this. So in this case, this is this computer, but I also have my Raspberry Pi, which is just named Alp, for lack of a better name, which is also pointed at the telescope. And so here you can see, so I can actually release control from, and then from this one, I hit reload. Now I can claim control on this one. Yeah, so it works pretty well. I tested out also with the app running on running on a computer over here. It's the iPad app. Yeah, see, it just popped up there. I didn't actually hit reload, it just refreshed. It's actually viewing the, it immediately went into view mode, and it's looking at the Skull Nebula. So yeah, works fine. Yeah, you're still able to view. Well, let me go ahead and. But yeah, the app is viewing, like it went right into view mode. But if I go here, and I'm going to release control, and then I took control from the tablet, which is actually, it's the tablet app running on a laptop. Let me hit reload. Yeah, okay, so now that's the controller. So let's see if live view works. Ah, interesting. In Alp, it doesn't let you view live mode, but the app will view will bring up live mode when it's not controlling. I just released control. Let me hit reload. So it's in guest mode, but I should be able to take control now. Yep, I can claim control. And now I can go into live view. And I'm back. But yeah, so far I haven't, I mean, it wasn't necessarily in the, like as easy, and plus you couldn't see what other telescopes or what other devices had were connected and which ones had control. No, it didn't hijack it. It, like, Alp, when Alp was the controller, the app just went into view mode and it was viewing the object, and Alp still was in control. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I need to, well, the good thing is now that I have the firmware running on this one, I can actually make that work. Or at least I have a better chance at being able to make it work. Yeah. No, it's I think it's like that screen particularly, I think is working pretty well. But yeah, guest mode, it's unfortunate it wasn't yeah, I feel like there's more downsides than upsides for the average user. Let us see. Yeah. Maybe I'll have this go to like hour and 10 minutes or so, and then I'll stop it. Just trying to get a lot more data here so I can process this, and maybe tomorrow that'll be something I process during the live stream. NGC 2146 46. Yeah, that's cool. Definitely cool. But I'm gonna take a sip of soda. I haven't had anything to drink. Just looking at the time. feel like it was a very chaotic start to the stream, just because I was having so many issues. I was having equatorial mode issues, which actually, speaking of issues, let me check the stats on this one, because remember, this one I didn't plug in, and I don't want to run out of power like I did the other day. Okay, we're still good. We're at 61%. So, and it's been going for an hour and a half. So yeah, it's fine. I'll just have to keep an eye on it, and I'll have to go plug it in before it, so I don't run out of battery like I did a few days ago. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That could be handy. But even then, like before, you could run 2 instances. I guess now you can run... Yeah, I don't know. Like, you could run 2 instances before. I haven't typically run into issues. I historically never ran into issues with 2 connections. Yeah, although now you can have a lot more. 8 guests. Yeah, one thing I was going to bring up that I hadn't brought up earlier is the Black Friday sales started, and I've been kind of looking around trying to see if there's anything of interest astronomically. And the main thing was, well, like the Seestar, it was is the S50s 10% off, so it's $450. The S30 isn't on sale because that hasn't shipped yet. Some of the ZWO cameras are on sale. I mean, none of it was. I mean, for me, if you're in the market for a camera, it might be a good time to look at it. But yeah, just get a third one. Although somebody had mentioned on Discord that I think it was on Agena Astro, you could get like used ones or returned ones for a good discount. Like maybe someone bought it and returned it. Like if it still has some kind of warranty, you'd be able to figure out quickly if there's something wrong with it. That might be something worth checking out. Actually, let me see if they have. Let's see. Clearance, maybe? It wouldn't be clearance. It would be used, right? Oh, they have the Coronado Solar Telescope. Yeah, these are like not used things. Do they have something like that? Returns? No. I don't know. I haven't looked. So, but yeah, the Seestar, the S50s, 10% off. A lot of their Astro cameras are 10% off. I think their focuser, their electronic focuser, was like 25% off. QHY has some stuff. Takahashi has stuff on sale if you want to pick up a Takahashi. Yeah, they say up to 25%, but the only one I remember running across that was 25% off was the focuser. Everything else was like more like 10% off. The filters, 5% off. QHY 335. I actually there's an SV Bony dual narrowband filter that has been well reviewed. That's fairly cheap, and it's on sale, or it was discounted on Amazon. I forget how much it was. It wasn't too bad. Yeah. Oh, it's clearance. $399. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Let me look at that. I was impatient. I didn't look at it long enough. Or maybe I need to just. Oh, here it is. So yeah, you can get it for $100 off on clearance. I wonder how many. Oh, they only have one. Only one in stock until they have another one. Yeah. Yeah. No. So that might be something to pick up. If you want to pick up a third one or a second one. I said a third one. That assumes you're the kind of person who has two already, but yeah, I've just been kind of on the lookout to see if there was. Oh, okay, this is finished. I've been kind of on the lookout to see if anything like super compelling has come up. I mean, one other thing that I think I mentioned on the last live stream, that if certain I've seen some people talking about it, that since a lot of the astronomical gear is made in China, that if tariffs kick in the US, that some of the stuff could get a lot more expensive. So it might actually be, if you're on the fence about it, that you might want to consider that as well. It's worth, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, my B-scope is, my B-scope's fine. Let me go look. What else was I gonna look at? So I did the fuzzy butterfly. I did the skull nebula. M45 isn't quite visible. That was something I wanted to image with the B-scope, because I wanted to experiment around with longer exposure times. Is that right? Is it already that high? Okay, cool. Well, let's do that. There isn't much field rotation. Yeah, see, look at how little field rotation there is over the next hour. So what I wanted to do was point the B-scope at the Pleiades and change the exposure time to... Should I do 30 seconds? Should I just go for the gusto and do 30 seconds, or should I try 25 seconds? Or 20 seconds? Should I do 20 or 30? I'm on the fence. What do people think? Should I do, or should I split the difference and do like 25 second? Maybe I'll do 25 second just to push my luck here. Like typically I've only done 10-second exposures, but because M45 specifically is not, there's not much field rotation at this point, I'm gonna try 25-second exposures. So let's try this out. Image and M45 search, and I'm gonna crank up the gain, and I'll do 40 minutes, and I'm gonna autofocus because it is a very bright object, and it has been, so autofocus should work well, and it has been getting cooler tonight, so that will help, I think. Another thing that would help is liking the video if you haven't already. How's that for a segue? Very natural segue. But yeah, I haven't updated the affiliate links, but I posted an affiliate link in Discord that works internationally for Amazon. So if there is anything you want to pick up from Amazon on Black Friday, if you use the affiliate link that's in the description, especially if you live in the US, may or may not work if you don't. Well, it'll work, but if you're in the US, I might get a commission, which at no cost to you. So something to consider. It does, it's, yeah, sorry, I'm just watching the thing. Yeah. And I have done that. And I do, if you start shooting mosaics with the Seestar, with Alp, one real nice thing is you pick your target and you do, you know, like 2x2 panels, and then you can check, wait. Maybe it doesn't like it since mine are set up differently, but normally when you do a mosaic and you have more than one, oh no, sorry. You got to go into Federation, and then you pick your target, and then you can split your mosaic across multiple Seestars. So if you have two, you're able to go through the mosaic twice as fast. And I've used it both ways. I've used it in mosaic mode to take mosaics more quickly, but I've also used it on a single target just to acquire data much faster. And that's definitely nice. Okay, so let's go to see what this one is. Okay, cool. So it is imaging. It's doing the dark library right now because I changed the exposure length from 10 seconds to 25 seconds. It's having to redo the dark library. Yeah, it's actually really nice. I mean, when I'm doing it live, I use it differently because it lets me look at two different things at the same time. And so like when one ends, there's still another one on screen and stuff. And so I can look at twice as many objects in an evening. And I sometimes use it that way when I'm not on a live stream. If I want to just, like when I was going through Messier objects and there were like a lot of globular clusters, I'd, you know, do 10-minute exposures on different scopes, and so I could go through things more quickly. But a lot of times I'll use it on the same target, and just like if it's something where I need, like, well, I actually did do this where I had a five hours I wanted to put on a mosaic, and I was able to do it in 2.5 hours, which was great. Or if I want to get 2 or 3 hours of data on a single nebula, I can run them in parallel. And so from that point of view, I have thought that, well, maybe a third one would be useful, because at least, like, I'm planning on upgrading my astro camera or getting a new astro camera, but I feel like it would still be, since I already have two, to have a third one that's matched. It would let me collect data 50% faster than I can now. Yeah, I do have. See, that's the thing. I need to find it. I got the SV Bony narrowband, the dual narrowband, and it's somewhere, and I can't find it. I bought it like a few weeks ago, and I set it aside because I was busy at the time, and now I can't find it. But, and I got the 2-inch one specifically because this refractor I have takes 2-inch filters, but also so I could use it on the Seestar. So I need to find it, because then I want to be able to test that out. Okay, so the drop frame rate is not fantastic with 25-second exposures. So the 30-second probably would have been really pushing the luck. But if this keeps rejecting it, I might drop it down to 20-second exposures and see how that works. And as far as mosaic mode in the app, I have not. I've literally just set it up this afternoon, like early evening, and used the app long enough that I could test the whole controller and guest mode with Alp, and then I haven't used it since. But since I now have it running on that computer, maybe tomorrow I will. I just need to set it up so I can share the screen. Let me make note of that so I don't forget that. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but I definitely want to test out mine at some point. Yeah. It shouldn't. It shouldn't, because Alp's mosaic mode is just imaging. It's just doing individual panels. Like it's an image like any other image. It doesn't do anything. No, I haven't actually grabbed it. Thanks for reminding me. Let me look that up. So a new version of Cyril 1.2 series came out today, and I know it fixes some issues. Oh, maybe 1.4 is imminent. Look at that. It says it could be the last maintenance update before 1.4. That's great. I mean, I've been using 1.4 a lot, and it hasn't been too bad. Like, it's crashed a couple times on me, but I've also been able to process pretty decent size stacks. Yeah, so it's got there's the big one that for me was this disk computation issue. I think I mentioned this on a previous live stream, or it wouldn't show the correct amount of free space on an external drive, which was a big problem because I don't have much space on my internal drive, and I had like a terabyte free on my external, and it refused to stack because it thought it only had like 10 gig free. And the alpha version, the dev version, had the same issue, and I tested the fix there, and so I knew that it had also been fixed in the 1.2 series, but there hadn't been a release cut when I was checking. Yeah, so let me go download it. Apple Silicon. course, the other problem I had right before the live stream, I ate some very sugary cake. And I think that kind of also flustered me a bit. Okay, cool. Let me go pull this up and copy, keep both. Let us see. Okay, I've got Cyril and let's see. Today is the 22nd. I think this release was actually cut a couple days ago. Let's try starting this. Okay. I thought I was going to complain. Okay, yeah, here it is. Here it is. And it's showing 250 gig free, and it's not pointing at the external drive. Yeah, so that's correct. Cool. I've mostly been using 1.3 because it's got some really nice new functionality that will be nice. Yeah, it's exactly. Yep, 1.255, yeah. First imaging filter? I don't know. Are you talking about like if you were gonna get a third-party filter? I mean the version I like, they have it in Apple Silicon version, and it does seem reasonably fast. I mean, it's not using any like GPU acceleration, but it does seem to be using. I mean, the performance is good. So let's look at this. So it isn't doing too bad, considering this is in alt-azimuth mode and I'm using 25-second exposures. But it is an area with very little field rotation right now, so it does show that it is possible to use higher exposures if judiciously. Now for other targets, I'm sure, which is it just fails spectacularly, but this specific one, it seems pretty. The stars seem pretty crisp, all things considered. But like I was saying, I mean, we showed that there isn't much field rotation here. Like after, so an hour from now, but then once you get further, so like, see, now to an hour from now, it's not much, but then the next hour, there's a lot more rotation. So, yeah, see, there's barely any movement. Like if I zoom in here, and I kind of, oops, if I go minute by minute, oops, that isn't very helpful. Anyway, no. Anyway, yeah, there's not much rotation. Yeah, see, if you look at the stars right along the edge there, like they're barely moving, even going minute by minute. But then see, once we get past 11, it starts rotating a lot faster. But at least right now, see, right now it's barely rotating at all. And even going back, Wow, look, at that point, there's like no rotation. So if you could start imaging it around 8:30, like look at that. There's like effectively no field rotation. That's crazy. You could probably do 60-second exposures at that point. I mean, look at that. Maybe that's something I can try tomorrow. If I can start imaging it earlier, maybe I could do 60-second exposures. Cool. Yeah. Well, let's go back to it and see how it's doing. Yeah, I mean, the drop rate isn't perfect, I think, because I am kind of pushing it with 25-second exposures, but I think and it is interesting if you look at the integration time, it is definitely doing the calculation correctly now. Next one should be 935. Yep, 935. Cool. M45. M45 has like no field had almost no field rotation. Uh-oh. I'm hold on. Give me a sec. So hopefully I was able to mute that. I need to check. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it would be pretty square. Yeah, let me see. What is this? Okay. All right. Hello. Oh, nice. How was the first panel? I know you've had issues with that first panel. Yeah, well, the thing is, it wasn't an ideal thing. Ideally, I would have a way of doing it on the mic, but if I use this button, it makes like a lot of, like it's a very audible button. So I was able to, I basically killed it at like in software. So it didn't go out on stream. And the only reason I was able to do it was because I felt the sneeze coming on. See, it's not as cold here. Like, it's actually really nice. It was like high in the low 70s here. So I was sitting outside enjoying the weather. But I think there's like pollen, so that wasn't helping. Yeah, like, look, this isn't, I mean, I have a feeling if I had done a 20-second exposure, it wouldn't have been dropping as much. But partly I was just trying to see if in alt azimuth mode, if I could push, like how far I could push it, how far I could push the exposures without like having massive drop issues. And I figured I'd try kind of, this is almost more of an ideal case where it's, the target isn't rotating much. Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, let me see. Let me look at Discord. Okay. Let me see. Oh, hey, someone else joined. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, cool. Live streams. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Let's see. And that was just right out of the scope. I like that. See, I'm not doing a mosaic at all. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Since this is the scope running the new firmware, I can actually test out a mosaic too on this. But that's cool. Right out of the scope. How long of an exposure was that? Oh wow, nice. 32 degrees. Yeah, no, not here. Actually, if anything, tomorrow it's going to be the disadvantage of being there's positives and negatives to being near the Gulf of Mexico. The positive is it doesn't tend to get too cold here. The negative is it can get warm any time of year. Like on Sunday, it's supposed to be high of 81, Monday high of 84. So yeah, and then another front comes through and it'll get a little cooler, but like I don't care for having like almost 80-degree weather on Thanksgiving. Yeah, the day before Thanksgiving it'll be 82. Yeah. Yeah, that's neat. Hour and a half? Okay. Oh, 4 hours in real life, yeah. Yeah. Lows. Yeah, there were some areas inland here where north of Houston where I think the other day it got down into the upper 30s. But here it got down into the 40s. And it's supposed to get down into the upper 40s tonight. I have to step away for a moment. I need to go blow my nose. I'll be right back. There we go. Much better. Oh, that's too bad. 10 days of clouds. Yeah. Yeah, we don't there's a lot of things. Yeah, snowblowers are not things people own around here. People don't know about snow chains here. Snow tires, no, typically not. My dad, when we moved here when I was younger, had snow chains, and he ended up selling them to someone who went to Colorado in the winter. So, but around here they're not useful. I mean, even things like ice scrapers. Yeah, not something people generally have. Oh, that's nice. That's pleasant. Oh, yes, yes. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Let me look. Let me look at the stats here. Yeah, 54%. Yeah, it would be a good opportunity, and I might grab a non-caffeinated beverage while I'm at it. So there. I put the be right back up, so I'll go. Let me see. What is it? What does it think it's at? I actually haven't looked. It says it's at 60 degrees, which is actually, yeah, that's about right. Because I'm at 29 point something degrees, like 29 and a half. So that's close. I'm within a fraction of a, yeah, it's 29 and a half plus this would be right at 90. So yeah, that's about right. That's cool. I hadn't actually checked that, so thanks for mentioning that. I mean, what I ended up doing is I actually used the level app on my phone, and just kind of laid the phone kind of on the telescope, and actually even before then I looked at the wedge, and the wedge has degree markings, and I set it for about 60 degrees, and then I checked it with the level on the phone. I hadn't actually checked that, but they all seemed to agree. They were all around 60, which is what I was shooting for. I think my bigger problem is the east to west, since I can't see Polaris, and I was trying to use the compass with magnetic declination correction turned on, but that can be a little off, because sometimes it'll give me a weird number, and or it'll definitely be off because it'll be too near some other metal, and I have to do it a few times, and then it'll be kind of accurate. But let me go plug in the scope so we don't have a mishap, and then I'll stop this and move on to another target, since we're up to oh, integration time. I totally missed it. It's up to 1.5 hours. Well, that's plenty. I just wanted to go to like 1:10, but 1.5 hours is even better. Cool. Yeah, I actually haven't used the balance sensor, but it does check out. Yeah, I mean, my phone sometimes is correct, but I think about half the time I get a reasonable result. I think it's because the battery's at like 50%, but I know if I don't do it now, I'll forget and then it'll die. And plus I might turn on the dew heater, because it's kind of a little, it feels like it might be on the verge of that. Like yesterday I saw some fog while I was driving home. Yeah, that 90 degrees. I think the thing is, like, that balance sensor says 0 when it's pointing straight up, which would be what you have if the telescope were at the North Pole at 90 degrees north latitude, the balance sensor would be 0. So, and if you're at the equator, it would, like, effectively, if you were pointing at the North Pole, it would be 90 degrees at the equator. So it's 90 minus 0. I mean, 90 minus your latitude, because it's measuring at least the balance sensor is measuring what's what do you call it? A tangent parallel to the surface of the ground, not the axis going up, if that makes sense. I mean, the balance sensor basically defines 0 to be the thing is sitting on the ground, like it's level with the ground when it's at 0. Anyway, let me go plug in the thing, and you may see me briefly on the camera. I'll be right back. Hello. Was I visible on the sky camera? I'm just curious. I'm always concerned when I leave and that I'll come back and like nobody's watching the stream. What's funny is I came back and there were more people on the stream. So it's like I have more viewers if I'm not here. Yeah, it's not quite. It's so Chris asks, how long have you had your Seestar? Cosmic rays at a year. First light January. I'm right about a year. I got mine after the annular eclipse, solar eclipse back in October last year, but it was some point in November. I think it's just, it may have been mid-November. Nice. 6-inch mirror. It was 40 years ago, I think. A teacher of mine gave me a mirror kit, and I never finished it. I don't remember who I gave it to. I gave it to somebody for them to finish, and it escapes me right now. Let me see how this did. I tried not to jostle it too much. Wow. That's not bad at all. 600 frames, only 15 dropped. That's pretty good. But that just shows what equatorial mode will do. And again, like I said, my alignment wasn't perfect, but let me zoom in here just one last time before I stop this. I think the supernova's I can kind of see it there almost. Like it's hard to tell if it's noise or something, but I know it's something, so. But I'll go ahead and stop that. That's really a few moments later. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this. Pretty pleased with that. Now, how is this going? Yeah, I mean, the drop ratio isn't fantastic with this, but I did know that I think I hadn't. It did look like as time elapsed, there would be more field rotation, so I think that might be what's happening now. But I'll have to look at the failed frames to see. But still not too bad for 25-second exposures on AltAz mount. All right. So what? Yeah, I think the problem is, yeah. Well, honestly, I didn't have that much drops, but I'm really pushing my luck here with 25-second exposures. And I need to kind of figure out my skyline, because if I have this telescope a little bit further to the left, it should be able to see the Pleiades earlier. And so there's even less field rotation at that point. I just have to figure out if it's worth doing. But in the meantime, let's figure out something for this target. I mean, for this telescope. Wow. November 2nd. See, now I'm curious. When was the first light on mine? It wasn't, I don't think it was that early. But let's see. Wow, I was like, okay. I took an image of the sun on November 24th. Image of the moon on November 18th. Let's see. Okay. Whew. Our pet rabbit was sick at that point. Last, I was dealing with a sick rabbit. Oh, okay. Here, it was, November, what do you call it? Hold on. Trying to... November, it wasn't first light, but November 4th, I had the box and I was unboxing it last year. And I downloaded the app. And I set up an avatar on their app. And it asked me to update the firmware immediately. Okay. So, interestingly, the very first object I took an image of wasn't particularly spectacular, but it was the Andromeda Galaxy for some reason was the first thing I decided to image. And that was November 4th last year. So I got the scope on the 4th and imaged it. And then actually, one of the first things I imaged was the Pac-Man Nebula too. And then Jupiter. Yeah, like this was one of the first things I shot. That was on November 4th last year. And I took just after midnight, I took a photo of the Pleiades, and that was it. And then that next day I took some video of the sun. So yeah, November 4th. So your first light was 2 days before mine. Yeah. Yeah. My Seestar has to move to New Mexico? I mean, it would get much better. The skies would be much better. Yeah. Yeah, I had pre-ordered it like that summer, I think. Like there was a video by was it Quiv? And I pre-ordered it soon after that, I think. Oh, nice. M45. Cool. Yeah, well, that's not bad. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no eyepieces. February 22nd. Nice. Yeah, I mean, my usage of it hasn't been consistent, even though I've had it that long. I've been using it. Yeah, no, I guess it comes and goes in waves, and a lot of it's due to weather. All right, let's see. Let's go look at my list here. Oh, we were gonna look at. Someone mentioned Pac-Man. Is it? Oh no, not Pac-Man. Pac-Man's almost. It was Monkey Head, right? That was the one we were gonna look for. Oh, and yeah, I don't think it's visible yet. Although I think it's close. It's close. Well, I say it's close, but it still might be an hour or more out. Oh, and the time's not right, so yeah, still like an hour out. Oh well. Let's see, so no monkey head yet. Oh, nice. Nice. I mean, yeah, starting with a comet, that's cool. No, I mean, you know, no, it's fine. I mean, like, I don't know why I picked some of the first things. I mean, like, why did I start with the Andromeda Galaxy? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I started with that one first. Maybe it was because like I pulled up the app and I was like, oh, tonight, and I just maybe it was the first one on the list. I'm like, oh, hey, why not the Andromeda? Of course, it might also just be that my sky is just so terrible that was the only thing high enough when I started. We should be able to do sharp cap off the Seestar. Actually, oh darn it. That was something I was gonna hold on a second. Let me figure something out here. Let's find a target, and then there was something I meant to try. Oh yeah? Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think it'll be a neat experiment. So what is the flaming star? Let me do the flaming star. Let me do the flaming star. Do I want to do the flaming star in equatorial mode? That feels like, maybe. Could that be interesting? Maybe. What would be another one that I could do? Why not? I'll do this just to start with. Let's go here. Because speaking of sharp cap, it's not with sharp cap, but there was something I was going to try real quick first. Start the image, grab that, flaming star, yada yada yada, 120, total session time, 30 minutes. So, what... I've tried live stacking using serial live stacking from my laptop by attaching to the by mounting the Seestar drive, but the performance wasn't great. And I also tried an experiment where I was using the local frame saving mode in Alp and then stacking against that. And the performance was a bit better. It was a little bit more effort because those frames, I was using the preview frames not the actual Seestar frames, and those don't have the dark applied. So I had to create a dark and then use that in the live stack for Cyril. But I had a thought that I wanted to, something I'm going to try right now. Let me see. Let me go look at. Oh, nice. But see, you have much better skies. So this was Seiko's first image. That's a mighty nice image. I mean, of M33. Very nice. In just half an hour, I could do like 2 hours and not get that much. Okay. So once it starts imaging, I was going to try something. Yeah. That's cool. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, no error. Cool. So what I was going to do, let's try this. It was something I was going to try as this is totally experimental, but VNC and Alp and okay. So I've got my this is logged into my Raspberry Pi. So that was ambitious. I created a directory that I was going to do a live stream yesterday, but that didn't happen. That's okay. Okay, so got this live directory. So let me try something here. What I was going to do was, what was it? Why? Mount CIFS minus rewrite guest. I don't remember if this was the right one. And what IP is this? What IP is this? Let's see. This scope is the is it the 250 one? Let me go check my configuration here real quick. This is going to be an experiment. Okay. Yes, it is 250. So, okay, so that's the flaming star. Let's bring up VNC again. And what I wanted to do is 250. See, why isn't this working? Did I? Yeah, why, oh why? Hold on a second. Give me a sec here. Very strange. Oh. That's weird. Let's see. Okay. That is so weird. Sorry, I have like weird issues with my history. And I don't understand why. Oh. Like for whatever reason. Anyway, sorry, my history isn't, I'm not keeping enough history. So let's see, it was, let's see, SMB client, Linux. It was, what was it? Let's see. Sorry. SMB client 92 168 42 250. No, let's see. Just trying to let's see. Let's see. SMB client guest. Let's see. Why isn't that? Okay. Sorry. So let's go back here, and it's MMC images. Okay. And so if I go, and I am imaging M45. No, not M45. I am imaging M45, but I'm imaging the Flaming Star Nebula. Now, these are all from today. Okay, so let me see if this works. So what I wanted to do is, this is Cyril running on my Raspberry Pi 5. There's method to my madness. Or maybe it's just madness. Okay, open. And then I was going to try live stacking. I was going to try live stacking on my Raspberry Pi, pointing directly at the drive where the images are showing up. So let's see. Yeah, I know that this is madness, but 38. And let's see. Okay, sorry, I'm a little bit behind on the chat. Let me go look at Discord. And yeah, I don't see any comment in that image. but like you said, okay. This is the yeah, that's cool. You got the Ghost of Cassiopeia. That was a good target. Okay, so let's see. For some reason, it's not live stacking, so that's fine. Let's stop the live stacking. And what the other thing I was going to try, if that didn't work, is I was going to let's see, flaming star, and I was gonna let's see, Seestar A, my works, flaming star, fit. Do I want to do, how do I do that? Man, I think pattern, include. Let's see. And I'll do dry run, pattern, include, start at fit. Let's see, will it, see what it says. Is it going to take that long? Did I actually run it? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's just too slow. But it was an experiment. Or copy minus VP. Or maybe I go Mount Seestar, my works, flaming star. Let's see. Let's see what this does. Let me go change the directory. Come on, where's the directory? Why isn't it? Okay, so I'm gonna go home. Come on, home directory. Astrophotos. Okay, open, and then let's see what this does. It was definitely an experiment. Yeah, same here. I need to process my images. Yeah, and that's the other thing. That's a good idea. I should do that. I should do that. I should go, you know, throwback session of processing old images. I like that. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. What are you even trying to do? Well, what I was trying to do is I was trying to load a bunch of fit files from the Seestar onto a directory on my Raspberry Pi, and then try to live stack them. And I feel like I'm missing something. What am I doing wrong? Besides trying to do this on a Raspberry Pi. Yeah. Oh, hey, Cheap Astro. Thanks for joining, even if it was just to like the stream. I really do appreciate it. It's good to see you, even if just passing through. Yeah, so I'm trying to lives. Yeah, well, so I've done it on my Mac, but I got this bright idea that I was going to try to do it on my Raspberry Pi. I mean, it is a Pi 5 and it does have Serial. And so I thought I might be able to actually live stack, but I don't know. There's something I'm missing about it. And let me stop that. And let me go. So I'll do the same thing, but on my, not in, on a Raspberry Pi. Let's see. It was an interesting, test, but it did not, the initial version of it did not work well. Live 2024, 1122. Okay. And that is Flaming Nebula. And let me bring up the brand new Serial 1.2.5. And 125. Oh, I already have it running. So let me go change to Flaming Nebula. Okay. And let me try to do live stack. And there should be, there's no files in here. So let me try to fix that. From which computer do I want to try to bring it from? Should I try to bring it from, let's see, Flaming Star. Okay, all right. Let's see if this works. Let's see, that didn't work. Wrong host. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's see if this works. That's off to a dubious start. Why is that so slow? That should not be that slow. Seconds of cumulative exposure. Why isn't it? Why isn't it picking up more more files? I'm dumping files in this directory. me check something here. Nope, that wasn't what I was wanting to check. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much, just for giggles. Okay. Thanks for joining Cosmic Ray. I'll probably have a live stream tomorrow if you want more of whatever this is. But thanks for joining. Do appreciate it. Why isn't this? This is looking nice, but wait, did this finish? Yeah, this finished. Okay, so I'll gotta come up with something else. Actually, let me go look. If I go into commands or go into image, it'll have the cards from the last image. So it got 53 and it dropped 30, but I was doing 25-second exposures and field rotation was starting to increase, so totally not completely surprised. So why isn't Cyril live stacking? What am I missing? I pointed it at the directory. I know I've done this before. Fits images, fine. Fine. I feel like there's something. Display, debear, remove, shift only, statistics. Oh, no. No. Registering. Waiting for second image. Live stacking. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh. Okay. Why isn't this? Why, oh why? Well, first I should find a target for this right one. Yeah, I want to process some images tomorrow. I'm definitely going to process some images. Maybe I'll start at 7 tomorrow. 7 US Central. Flaming Star. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to wait for the monkey head. What do I want to image with this, though, in the meantime? Actually, no, I'll wait for... Actually, monkey head. Monkey head. Oh, you know, maybe I'll try it. It might be or I try jellyfish. I'll try the jellyfish. Just for giggles. And I don't know if I'll get that much time out of it, but we'll try. Yeah, so as I don't have a tutorial on it, I should probably create one, but it actually was, so there's, if you're using Alp, it's relatively straightforward. There's a flag basically you set in the configuration saying it is EQ mode, and then you have to get the Seestar on, like I have it on a wedge, set at an angle so that this is pointed towards the North Star to Polaris, And then, yeah, if you're using Alp, you turn on the scope, you go, like what I do is I go into commands, I do the startup sequence. I actually turn off these because I have bad obstructions, but basically I'll kind of unpark the telescope, point it at a patch of sky, and then just start imaging. And it tries to do the horizontal calibration the first time, and that's basically all I've done. But that's with Alp. To do it without Alp, I think is a little trickier, and I haven't actually done it without Alp. Oh, darn it. Darn it. This one is still set to 25-second exposure, I think. Yeah. Well, and this probably isn't going to work anyway. The fact it plate solved, I have a feeling it's it's obstructed. It is not actually, the object isn't high enough. So, so I have to see what else I want to see. Let me close that. Jupiter is up. Northern Trifid. Again, I feel like the Northern Trifid sounds more impressive than it is. I mean, we could try Northern Trifid, but yeah, maybe I'll try the Northern Trifid. Why not? But first, I need to go into here, change my settings, and to stop with this 25-second exposure, which is just not going to work. In the general case, it's not going to work. So, I think that's all I wanted to do. And we'll just do the Northern Trifid, and it should definitely be able to do that. I'm going to do it for half an hour. And then I'm going to figure out why I can't, why I'm not able to live stack. Which is kind of frustrating. Let's see. So let's see why. Like, it should be able to live stack. Let's see. Let's see if, try to copy more files in here. What in the world? Let me stop. Oh. Sorry. Let me try removing that. And just trying to get rid of the files. Okay. Okay. So let's try. I basically cleared out the directory, and you can see there's nothing in there. So I'm going to try live stack. Go. Okay. And okay. Okay, cool. For whatever reason, it did not like that originally. Okay. All right. So that is a start. So that's 40. Ah. I hate it when I do that. I accidentally kicked in the screensaver. I don't know why it was having a problem initially, but let's see. Let's see. All right. I wonder. Let's see. How many files are we up to? Yeah, it's kind of slow. It's copying at like let's see. All right. Yeah, that's seems to be going slow. I'm trying to figure out why. Huh. What's... Oh, I wonder. So the Raspberry Pi should be a lot faster, but I wonder if it's actually using the wireless, which it should not, because it has an Ethernet connection. No? No? Very strange. Well, at the risk of making things worse. No. Hide that. Yeah, I don't think it should be much faster, but very strange. Let's go back to this and see what's... Oh, and it finished as it was. Okay, so this is done. Let me actually move this off here. So maybe that's not the best test. Let me go live view. Okay, so that's the Northern Trifid. And what was I going to do for this one? I had an idea of something. Is M81 visible? Is M81 visible? Yes, it is. Let's switch to equatorial mode. And because I'm going to use the left telescope, which is the equatorial one. And I usually pick like this star. Yeah, this star to center things. So let me go image this. Image, grab the coordinates. This is M81, M82. And crank up the gain, and I'm going to do this for an hour. Oh. Oh? What? Long before I noticed? What? What did I miss? Sorry, I'm really confused. Sorry, and it doesn't help that the chat is like a bit behind. Sorry, let me close this. Must have had a Red Bull. What are you talking about? I'm faster than normal. Are you? Am I like jittery or something? I did have a lot of caffeine and a lot of sugar before the I had like this cookie cake before the live stream. If that's what you're am I like, is it obvious? Oh, I am in the zone. Sorry. I'm having a moment here. I've got like all these thoughts, and what I'm trying to do, like I was trying to get both of the scopes going, and I was trying to also do the live stacking on Cyril, and I was trying to copy the images in a shell, and it was just, but I have a new supporter. Where did it like show up on the stream? Thanks, thank you. Oh, did it? Wait. Okay. Because sometimes it's supposed to like do something, but thank you, Videos of Infinity. I really, really appreciate that. I do appreciate it. It helps. Yeah. It's helped me by like some of the Raspberry Pi stuff has been like little like things that I've picked up for the stream. It does help. Sorry, I am in the zone today. Yeah, I was like agitated before the stream just because I was having issues with EQ mode. Then I had issues with my network. And then I had had an extra, maybe the problem was like, I was feeling kind of, it wasn't stress eating quite, but like the cookie cake was right there. And so I ended up having a second slice, and maybe that was a slice to, okay. But, yeah, go back to your zone. Yeah. So this is running. So let's go back to live view here. Tomorrow I'm going to do a live stream, and I am going to endeavor to not have so much caffeine or sugar before the live stream, because that does not work out well. It ends up being a bit much for me. It's funny, yeah, it's, sorry, let me see something here. Please bear with me. Okay, cool. Cool. I need to, Sorry, I need to go back to this. Yeah, it wasn't carrot cake. It was cookie cake. So it was, I mean, it's kind of an abomination in some ways. It was chocolate chip cookie, like about this big in diameter, layers of it with icing in between, and it was about this thick. Like instant medical issue. It was a birthday cake, and it's a bit sweet. I think most people in my house are. It's like a little too sweet for them, and I have a very high sweet. Like in college, I had friends who we'd have some dessert somewhere at a restaurant, and they're like, "Oh, that's too sweet for me," and I'd have no problem with it. So my threshold of like what's too sweet is really high. But I had a big chunk of it yesterday after the birthday, and it was it got to the point where I was there was too much sugar in my system. So tomorrow I think I need to lay off the cookie cake before the live stream. So yeah, but it looks close. Let me look at this. Yeah, it's just above it. Like I separated these enough where the sight line just goes right over it. Because before, when like the first time I did it, I had them really close to each other, and when I was imaging this exact target, it ended up getting blocked. But yeah, it looks like it's clear. Or actually, it would be this one that would be blocked. Yeah, this looks clear. It's just terrible gradient. Yeah. Actually, it's funny because I had energy drink and the cookie cake, so maybe that wasn't a good combination. I have had a history of sometimes overdoing it on caffeine. Yeah, so it's just terrible gradient. Let me try to think of where this is. So see, this is the alignment. So this left side, it's very bright that direction. I don't know if I have a photo of it, but it's I mean, because it's like fairly low to the horizon. Yeah, it's only 20 degrees, and like even during the it's just bright that direction. And it might even be, is that even the direction where the stadium is? Yeah, it's like normally I can't image that low, but this particular direction I can image down into the teens degrees above the horizon. So it's like, it's really, really iffy. I mean, the good thing is this does tend to clear up pretty well with the software, but it looks pretty horrible in the meantime. But I mean, there is some nice detail in here. I think maybe I'll process this tomorrow as well, because I have another session of this that I did, and this looks like something that I really should run through like do a drizzle with it to try to get more detail. So I have a bunch of stuff queued up, and actually maybe I'll do some of it tomorrow, but maybe some of it I'll do during the week. because I won't be able to observe during the week. Like, tomorrow looks great. Sunday could be, but like the fact it's kind of clouds in the morning and then clouds later, like starting at midnight supposedly, but like the way things go here. But then during the week, all next week, it's kind of hit or miss. So maybe Monday I'll do like a pure, I mean, I could do some observing if it ends up by chance being clear, but maybe I'll just plan for doing image processing on Monday. And I won't be doing I won't do a live stream on Thursday. Since it'll be Thanksgiving in the US. But I'll probably be online all day because we're having a fairly low key Thanksgiving. Yeah, so I'll be at home all day. So, and we're not cooking dinner this year. We ordered it from a place because sometimes what was it? My mom was talking about that because of Thanksgiving, that like when I was little, you know, you'd buy the turkey, and like my birthday is after Thanksgiving, and so like I'd be having turkey sandwiches and at school, you know, for school lunch, and turkey sandwiches through the month of December. So yeah, maybe that's why turkey isn't for a number of years wasn't my favorite meat, because I kind of got overdosed on turkey. But you know, I mean, Thanksgiving is a good holiday to you know, where Americans get the opportunity to you know, since we don't often have the opportunity to eat a lot. I forget how I phrased it the other day to somebody, but something along those lines. Anyway, okay. Yeah, so definitely tomorrow we'll do some live stream, but live observing, but also I want to process some of these things. But I'll also do some of it on Monday. Let us see what else. Let me zoom that out a bit. Whoa. I guess a plane came through. That's the only bad thing is where I live. It's right on the glide path, or right on the approach. Not right approach, but it's a common path going to one of the airports in town. So I was sitting outside earlier and watching planes. Or I was doing work, and planes would fly over, and on a couple of them, like you could, in that brief window, that brief vertical sky view I have, I could see the jet, like the landing gear coming down. So we're not that far from the airport. Like the fact the landing gear are coming down as the planes are passing over my house. Turducken. No, but I think someone did do turducken once. Like there's some variation of that I want to say was not uncommon with, maybe I'm misremembering it. For some reason I thought like some people and like some Cajuns would do it. And so, because there's a lot of that. There's some of that in Houston, because we're not that far from Louisiana. So I want to say we did something like turducken one year. We did fried turkeys a few times, which did definitely make me nervous, because if you look on YouTube, there's so many videos of people like setting things on fire with a fried turkey. But it was I wasn't doing it, but the people who did it, who were doing it in the family, they were practicing safe turkey frying. But if you haven't seen the videos, especially if you don't live in the US, it's some of them may not be, some of them are kind of comical, where people they like drop the turkey in the fryer and then the oil comes out and it's like got an open flame, just, or they'll do it like on a wooden deck. Yeah, I'm sure the fire department loves that. Oh, nice. Yeah. No, we've done it several times, but yeah, best not to do it on a wooden deck. That's all I have to say. And definitely don't, you lower it in. You don't put too much oil in it, and you lower it in slowly. You don't fill it up with oil and then drop it in, unless you're trying to burn something down. But yeah, it's one of those comical things. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I forgot that about, yeah, making sure it's dry. But yeah, I mean, it's tasty. Don't get me wrong. I didn't have to cook it, and yet I was able. I got all the benefits of being able to eat it. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, and then the other issue is just them putting too much oil in it, or like, and so like the oil comes out and goes onto the flame, like if you're using a burner. Yeah. And then again, the ones on the wooden deck, like the thought process. So like, let's have a bunch of burning, let's have an open flame, oil on a bunch of wood. What could go wrong? Yeah. A number of years. I mean, everybody would bring different dishes, and there was like one dish that I would make every year that other people seem to like, but I don't think I'll be making it this year. It's a lot of work. Hello, Chris. How's it going? We were just talking about turducken. I mean, it is random Erewhon, so it wouldn't be a random Erewhon stream without something very random. Oh yeah, that's funny. I liked some of his stuff. I remember the one years ago he did on haggis. That cracked me up. Alton Brown, yeah. Uh-oh. Link on Discord. Let's see. I mean, the fact it's on the WTF. I'm a little concerned about bringing this up on stream. Let me look. Oh my gosh. A lamb stuffed inside a pig, stuffed inside a cow. Yikes. Wow. That's but yeah, we I mean, we didn't have that many people at the at Thanksgiving ever where that would have been something appropriate, you know. But yeah, turducken. But yeah, basically no live stream. No live stream on Thursday. But there will be, I'll do one tomorrow and Monday, I think, at the very least. Maybe I'll do one Friday. After Thanksgiving. But turducken. This one's very noisy, but it'll be interesting to see how this cleans up. But yeah. Turducken. Let us see. Cool. All right. Oh man. Let me have something non-caffeinated. I definitely need to lay off the sugar and caffeine next time. It's like all natural colors. It's funny. Some of these things I look at them and I always think of these articles. I always think of these articles where some of these things aren't legal in like Europe, like the chemicals in some of them. Sugar is a stream requirement. You know, there was this one energy drink I used to have, because the energy drinks I have, well, that's another funny thing. I have it in the morning, but there's this Bang Energy, and it's like 300 milligrams of caffeine in it. And if I recall correctly, some countries they aren't allowed to sell drinks with that much caffeine in it, like canned drinks. Maybe that was just a urban. Maybe that was just kind of a made up thing, but for some reason I find it believable because there aren't many that have that much caffeine in them. Like Red Bull is like 100 and some milligrams, and some others will be like Monster's like 150, but this is 300 milligrams of caffeine, and but it has no sugar in it. But years ago I used to get this one, and I don't know how much caffeine it had in it, but it had sugar in it too. And every time I had one of those, people knew I had had one because apparently I was like talking very fast. And they're like, "Did you have one of those drinks?" I'm like, "Why? Why do you say that?" "I don't know why." And they're like, "Yeah, you definitely had one of those drinks." I'm like, "Yeah, I did." Do I seem a little overstimulated? It's like, yeah, please don't have one of those again before you meet up with us, because it's a bit much. But yeah, I definitely I don't have as much caffeine as I used to. I used to drink like 3 pots of coffee a day, but I try not to do that much anymore. But I think it was the sugar. I think it was the I had like a week's worth of sugar this afternoon. But it was so good. Chocolate chip cookies are my weakness. Of course, with the icing, it was a bit much. Anyway. I mean, the thing I like about this target is it's so, like, it's a nice bright one. And the fact you get two galaxies in one shot. Oh, what was it? Let me see. Yeah. Oh, so one thing, if for those who aren't on Discord, I had created a channel, just like there's a gear channel, but I was also kind of looking to see if there's any good deals for Black Friday, and nothing has been like a home run yet, but maybe next week there'll be, as we get closer to Thanksgiving, or maybe the actual Black Friday, maybe there'll be some better extra deals, but something to keep an eye out for. And definitely, if you run across anything If you're on Discord, post it there, because it's, yeah, third Seestar. I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm like, what I'd almost rather get. So I'll tell you what I'd almost rather get. So that Seestar is $400. If you get the clearance one, if you get the one on sale, it's $350. But I think I'm leaning towards getting the IMX 585, which is not, it's not the biggest sensor. It's smaller than a Micro Four Thirds, but it seems like an okay trade-off. So $540 for the cooled color version of it, and that's for the ZWO one. And what I've been wanting to see is if I could find one cheaper. What was it? Yeah, so, oh, the Tube Tech one, $381. Is this, but why is this $571? It always bothers me when there's one that's like a lot cheaper. Oh, fan cooled. Is that actually fan cooled as opposed to the tech cooled ones? KPA. Is it the same number? Oh no, it is. Frozen camera. I like it how they call it a frozen color camera. Yeah, it, and that's why I was thinking, like, I mean, eventually I'd like to get like an APS-C camera, but I think the other thing is that I'm kind of debating is I'm thinking of getting the color one and then using like the dual narrowband filters, like stuff like that, because like I guess from my point of view, maybe it's cheaper than getting like the filter wheel and a mono camera. But then I'm like, well, maybe that's what I'll do when I go the APS-C route. Get a mono APS-C camera and then the filter wheel and all the filters. But then that's going to be like, what, $1,500, $2,000 all in. So this seems like a reasonable trade-off, like getting this one. Okay, the ZWO. Yes, actually, Seiko, I would appreciate that. And I'm curious what kind. Yeah, that's the other thing, that new QHY with the filter wheel is, I think, also kind of, yeah, I mean, I've heard good things about Tube Tech specifically, but on the other hand, these prices for the frozen one aren't drastically different from, like, I mean, it's $570, $557. Like the ones that are cheaper are just have a fan, not the thermoelectric cooler. But right now, the thermoelectric one, so ZWO is $540, so back ordered. But yeah, so I don't know. But that's kind of where I'm at right now. Yeah, I don't know. But see, the thing is, I could see myself getting like an S80, but I have a refractor, a nice. It's like a Petzl refractor, and I really want to upgrade the camera on it. So yeah, I guess that's where I am right now. Specifically for that one. Yeah. Okay. I was hoping it wouldn't be. Well, I guess in my head when I said $2,000, I was thinking of the APS-C cameras I saw, like there was a Tube Tech that was like $1,100. So I figured, you know, with an $1,100 camera with the filter wheel and the filters, maybe it could be $2,000. ZWO cooled. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm not sure what the smart telescopes, do they have that here? This one? 3, is it this one? Which one? Which camera does this one have? Oh, this has the 676, 12 megapixel. Okay, so that's not the one. Maybe it's another model. Maybe this one? Yeah, this is the one. This has the 585. Yeah, $1,600. How big is this? Okay, so the optics are comparable to the Seestar. I mean, not saying the quality, but like the aperture and focal length. Oh, that's cool. I should look at that. Although realistically, I think I'll just get the camera in the short term. Yeah, that looks interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, hi, Cheap Astra. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. And I guess that's why I was thinking like the 585. Like that would allow me to level up what I do with that refractor without kind of breaking the bank in the near term. But that refractor will support a full frame sensor, so I'm not planning on getting a full frame. Although part of me, I mean, it wouldn't be cooled, but part of me I've kind of debated having my full frame Canon camera astro modded, because it has the sensor isn't too bad on it. It's a relatively recent one. It's the was it the R7? It's got a full frame, a decent full frame sensor. So I've thought about that. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. But yeah. Decisions. Yeah, that's cool. I'll have to look at that one. It has another thing come through? I swear there was like stuff there, and it's like, is it like a glide path where the planes keep going over the same patch of sky? That sucks. Jeez. Wow. That's pretty bad. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, that QHY, I mean, it looks interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the refractor is, it's what is it? It's 75 millimeter. It's a 75 millimeter aperture, 400 millimeter focal length. So whatever that F ratio is. Yeah. Chemtrails. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Um, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no, and that was the other thing. Like, I'm like, do I hold out for the QHY? I don't know. But yeah, chemtrails. I remember there was, it was like 10 years ago. And I mean, it was kind of bad because like it ended up making the news because it was in September and October. Sometimes we get cool fronts come through in Houston, and it kind of makes the air a little cooler, a little drier, very clear, but then contrails show up better. And I ended up taking a photo of it because I was like, there was a plane at high altitude, and it was like oval kind of contrail. Like it was doing like a race track kind of thing where it could go straight for a while, do a 180 and come back. And it did it like at least once or twice, very high up. And if I recall correctly, it was on September 11th, like the anniversary. So of course some people just like lost their minds on that because it was like in late afternoon, very visible, high altitude over the city. Yeah, I think it turned out that it was like a NASA flight. I think it was NASA. I mean, the Johnson Space Center's in Houston, and they do I've seen some of the flights that they do at lower altitude that they use for like measuring pollution and stuff over the city. It was something like that. They were doing some kind of measurement, but just the date and the fact it was so visible, and it was like this, you know, the pattern it was flying over the city. Yeah, some people kind of lost their minds on that one. Okay, yeah. It's basically the same. I mean, 3 millimeters, slightly longer focal length. Yeah, that's almost exactly what I've got. But yeah, the chemtrails. Like that was there were some people who but yeah, I was like, it's one of those things where you don't it's just very yeah, anyway. It was kind of funny. Anywho, but yeah, I think it was on September 11th, which didn't yeah. Let's see. Let us see. Let me. Let's see. Hold on a second. Just Oh yeah. um let's see, what was it? Let's see. Yeah, it was sorry, here, here was the here it was. It was 2010 where yeah, it did a few of these. You can see one of the other paths. And it was like, yeah, some people that was weren't yeah. And then after like this photo was taken 180 degrees away, like it kind of came around, it was looping back, and it had done that a few times. Yeah, so that was yeah, the timing was unfortunate. Some people kind of lost their minds with that. So when you try Mosaic in the app, well, what do you mean as far as, so are you talking about the Alp, or are you talking about the native Mosaic? Because the native Mosaic, I mean, I've been generally doing the equatorial with this scope, but the one that is running the latest firmware is this one on the right. That so I was probably going to do the native Mosaic with the yeah, and I had looked at that one, but again, I think like they had a cooled one, but I think I don't think it's a thermoelectric one. I think it's just a fan one. So, sorry. No, I mean, I was laughing about the chemtrail thing. I mean, not the chemtrail thing, but the just the timing, the absurd timing of that particular incident. Filter drawer off access guide, or interesting. Let me look at that. Player one. I had actually looked at the I think I actually had a tab open on that, but we'll go to this. This is the one, I think, that I was looking at. Yeah. Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, and it's got the off-axis guiding, filter drawer, UV cut, or IR cut. Huh. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was another one, because I've heard a lot of good things about Player One cameras, so that's another one. Hello, Hein. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Yeah, so I'll have to look at that one too, because that's yeah. I mean, I guess where I'm at is I'm trying to round out. I'm trying to get that one rig to where I kind of want it to be, and then I'll let's think about next steps, which I'm not sure what that's going to be. Like, who knows? Maybe I'll end up waiting for whatever higher end Seestar there is, and just see, do I want to go that route? Do I pick some other smart telescope, or do I assemble another rig to, because I guess I have like the Seestar is relatively wide field. My refractor, or the other refractor I have that I'm wanting to kind of build out, is even wider field of view, and the image circle is like, it'll support full frame, and so then that's a really wide field of view. But I think like the next thing I want to get is kind of going the other direction, something more telephoto. Yeah, that is a neat. I mean, I've heard a lot of good. I've heard a lot of good things about the Player One cameras in general. Can't believe like the artifact from that. It's like, what in the world? But how much is this? Wow, look at that. Hasn't dropped a frame. Nice. See, that is the nice thing about equatorial mode. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, so I've even thought about getting like a either something like an SCT, or I'd even looked at like the Maxitoff, whatever, telescopes for like even higher telephoto. Like I'm thinking, yeah, I don't know, maybe those aren't the best for it, but basically I want something that would be better. It probably would be an SCT, something that would be better for imaging, not as much planets, but smaller galaxies, and some of these smaller like planetary nebulas and stuff that like I just need something with a lot more reach. Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of leaning towards an SCT, I think. But that's a next year thing at the very earliest. But we'll see. We'll see. Play it by ear. Let's see. How long did I image this one for? I think it was 40 minutes, something like that. This one's actually not too bad for AltAz. Hasn't been dropping a whole lot. But again, I think it's an area of the sky where there isn't much field rotation. But the good thing is, I think some of those other targets are now going to be high enough. Tiger's Eye Galaxy. It always sounds more interesting than... See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, sure, I could image this with the Seestar, but if I had something like... Well, I would get a different sensor, but assuming I have like a 585, and then... No, that's telephoto lenses. But like with an 8-inch SCT, no. Let's try that again. Did I go past it? Oh yeah, no, here. 8-inch SCT, like that would, I wouldn't necessarily use the 585, but like that would just be so much nicer for that kind of target. I mean, I've even thought about just getting like a used C8 or something. And like, let's look at like Stephen's quintet. Come on. Is it Stephen that way? Yeah. Yeah. Like look at the how that would not quite fill the frame, but how much nicer that would be. Like, so I guess that's why I'm leaning towards something like that, like a C8. For the, or something with comparable focal length and aperture. And like the deer lick group with that scope, like that would be nice. I mean, for objects on that scale, like you can definitely, now would it be like that would not be appropriate for something like Orion, unless you're just like focusing on the triangulum part or something, but I don't know. But anyway, again, not a this year thing. Let's go back to what I'm doing live right now. Oops, wrong direction. There. Okay. Oh? Huh. I may have to go check that out. Do you know why? I'm just curious. Not sure it matters, but do I want to do the monkey head? And the jellyfish. How's the jellyfish here? Let's look at. Yeah, see, the problem is equatorial. The framing on that's a little off. But the monkey head's good. There we go. Wow. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Let's see. Get distracted by the things I'm looking at. This is, I think I only set it for an hour time on target, so it's coming up on that. And then this one is 40 minutes time on target, so that's coming up on it as well. Let me just double check. Was it an hour I did? Yeah, did an hour time on target. So that's almost done. And then I think I'm going to move the equatorial one to the monkey head. That's true. I could do a 2x1. Let's see. Would I want to do that with I could do it with equatorial if I did it with, yeah, maybe I'll do that. I do have a lot of data at the monkey head, so although I feel at this hour I'm not sure how much longer how long of a mosaic I want to run. Framing is going to be, but then again, framing I don't need to overlap it much. So maybe if I pick this as the center point, like this star right here. Oh, come on. Maybe. Yeah, maybe that one. Okay, fine. I mean, it's there. I might as well. Let me go look. Okay, planning. And which one is that? NGC IC 443. Search. Oops. 2. Oops. What did I do? Meant to do. Didn't mean to send to the schedule. All right. Oh yeah. Oh. I was using the wrong scope. Yeah. Okay, fine. I was using the wrong scope. All right, nice. Yeah. We'll do that. Okay, cool. You sold me on it. Let me just see what live view is doing here. Still can't believe that image. Yeah, frames up pretty nicely. Yeah, it really does. Let us see. Gonna have some more. There's still caffeine in here, but I have a feeling I should lay off the caffeine. 260 frames, not a single drop. That's good. So 5 minutes on that one, and well, less than 5 minutes, it'll be done. And then maybe I'll do the monkey head with the one on the right. Yeah. I wonder how much time I want to do with that one. I need to plug in this. There we go. Yeah, if that lost power, then I lose my ability to bring chat into the stream. So we're getting close. It is funny. There's always like very random things in the live stream, and the fact I was talking about chemtrails. It's very random. Let's see. Let us see. Really, Google? Okay, cool. Cool. Let us see. Anywho, yeah, one thing, yeah, and random musings, very random. Speaking of random, I had mentioned this in Discord. I've created a new, because I do sometimes talk about tech stuff, and I don't want to make that kind of, I want to keep this related to astronomy. And I have like a tech YouTube channel that I haven't ever done anything with, but I really don't want to like live stream on that one. Anyway, they don't cost anything, so I created another one that I might start doing live streams related to programming and other stuff, like if I end up assembling a Raspberry Pi or something, I might do it there, just because, why not? But anyway, so that's, I don't know when I'll start doing that. I might start doing it soon, but so more randomness in more places. That'll be my slogan. More random, more places. For some reason, I have 2 live streams. Okay, cool. Cool. Thanks. Let me check. Cool. So this, maybe one more frame on this one. Not a single drop. That's great. Of course, no drop frames, but lots of jet trails through the image. And it's done. Cool. So let's go back to planning. Go back to the jellyfish. I'll do it too. The really nice thing about this is no thinking required. Like, I don't have to figure out like, oh, how is this gonna actually look on the screen? How's the framing of it? Like, I know exactly how the framing's gonna be. It'll be like that. I do wonder if I should change it to like 25% since my alignment is so terrible. Let's see what that looks like. 25%. Maybe I'll just take my chances with 20%. Because I do like the framing of this, where kind of, yeah, we'll try that. Now, how long do I want to do that? Yeah, Orion Nebula is just, I mean, that was one of my early targets, and the thing that always that I really find interesting, especially because I did a lot of visual astronomy with Orion, is even just the live view, like how that looks for Orion, because it's so bright. The fact you can see some detail. Okay, so is this even updating? Bruh, did this die? It's been on 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's, okay, so let me start this. I'm going to do this for an hour. It's not that I'm going to necessarily stay on stream for an entire hour, but, and let's do 120, and I'll do light pollution filter. Before I do anything, I'll, because that's weird. Actually, let me look at the logs to see what is happening? It's AltAz. It's getting it's getting status from it. Actually, let me go look at the stats screen and see what this is. Okay, it's complete. How long has it been complete? Interesting. Is it in one of those weird states? Okay. That's weird. Actually, before I do anything with the other one, let me see if I can get this to something. Like if I have to restart. Let me make sure I don't have to restart. And that was IC, what was it, 440? Oh no, it's NGC 2174. So I'll do this for half an hour because it's a bright target. Let's see. I'm gonna wait and make sure that this actually does something to make sure it doesn't to make sure I don't need to restart. Yeah. Yeah, the bubble angle. Yeah, the horizontal is kind of horrible, but it wasn't. Like when it does the horizontal calibration, it's able to compensate for it because like it didn't drop a lot of frames on that last image. But yeah, 2 degrees. I did notice that briefly. I'm like, oops. What is it doing? What is this doing? It says it's going to it. Attempt 1. Okay. There's something wacky going on here. I may just restart it. Because this is I'm just looking at this because there's no information coming back. Let's look at stats here. Working, idle. Okay, it's seriously confused. I may have to just restart this. I'll restart it. I don't know why it's doing what it thinks or what it's, yeah, I don't know. All right, so now this will disappear. So I'll go back to image. Luckily, I still have it in Stellarium. I'll do 30 minutes, 120, light pollution. Do I want to try to autofocus? Is that bright out? Yeah, there's a bright star, so I'll try autofocus. Why not? Well, let me double check the temperature. Has the temperature dropped? Yeah, the temperature's dropped, so I'll try that. And start that. working. Yeah, I don't know why it was in that state. Let's see, where is it going? It's trying to go to the target. It is... Like, what is going on with this one? It says it's the controller. There's something wacky going on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let me... Oh. Wait a second. That's very strange. I don't get why it's... Why is the state none? Why isn't it doing anything? It's running. I went ahead and shut off the other instance. Actually, let me look at my where is this one pointing? Okay, that seems okay where it's pointing. That looks very dark in silhouette there. Let me bring in the monkey head for 30 minutes, 120. Let's see. Yeah, I don't understand why. I'll just leave it, figure it out. The power levels. I mean, I did go downstairs and plug the one in, so it's fine now. The equatorial one's fine now. Okay. Right. Yeah, no, I knew the native framing only worked with the app. Yeah, I mean, so I do want to... The good thing about updating the one on the right, and I definitely plan on... So, rewind. I definitely plan on testing out the native mosaic mode tomorrow on the live stream, but I'm also kind of curious as to how Alp responds to some of it, because I want, if there's something broken, I mean, we won't necessarily be able to plan, but I'd like it to kind of still not be broken. Like, yeah. Okay, filter wheel complete. Yeah, that would be cool. Because, yeah, I mean, the fact they had it in the beta, it makes me wonder how much of it is, how much of that constraint is the telescope itself, and how much of it is just the app. Because if it's the telescope, I mean, if it's the app, we can work around it and, yeah, unlock maybe bigger mosaics again. What is going on with this telescope? Like, I restarted Alp. I don't get it. Like, I can't switch into different modes. It doesn't say it's imaging. I'm not running anything else. Nothing else is connecting to it. The schedule claims to be running, but like there's nothing coming back from the telescope. Yeah. Yeah, and so, yeah, those kind of things I'm gonna test out. Like, what is going on? Like, none of the other steps are happening, and it's not saying anything is happening. I'm really confused on what's going on with that scope. Hold on a second. What I might end up doing is rebooting the bright scope, because it's acting weird. It's acting very weird. This is the B scope. Reboot. So I don't understand why it's pointed at the monkey head and it fell apart. Yeah. No, it's fine. I'll try it tomorrow. Yeah. Oh. But I didn't do anything mosaic related, and the app is like off. So, and I had been imaging on this, so I don't know why it just like suddenly stopped working. Or does it get in a mode where it just like stops imaging? It's very strange. Okay, it's back. Okay. Let me go ahead and just start it up. Let me switch to this real quick. This is the one I just rebooted. It is is it actually okay? Yeah, I'm looking at logs. It says it's moving towards a clear patch of sky for horizontal calibration. Failed to operate. Okay. That's odd. Is it trying again? Yeah, it's trying again, I guess. Okay, autofocus. And then, well, that's fine. I'm gonna just leave that figuring out whatever it's doing, and I'm gonna go ahead and schedule this, and if I can't get this one working, I'm not gonna bother. So I'll just go with that, and then start, and we'll get this one going. And we'll go look at live view. Little running dinosaur. Okay, so now the one on the right seems to actually be working. Interestingly. Okay, it's plate solving, so that'll take a little bit of time. So strange. Okay. Yeah, no, I hadn't, not tonight. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I was gonna do a mosaic on the other telescope that has the old firmware. Okay, that's good to know. Do heater on. Well, I ended up rebooting the scope, and that seemed to have fixed it. The dew heater is not on, but let me look at the dew point. Let me look at the dew point here. It's 55 degrees, and it's 68% humidity, 45 degree dew point. So I don't know. Okay. One dropped frame. That's not a great start. But sometimes that happens on the first frame. So 2 drop frames. That's not a great start. And that's the old, the preview. I need to fix that where it doesn't try to grab the previous stack. Is this still figuring it out? This is off to a bad start. Why is it failing like that? Okay, got one. I mean, sometimes it'll get a few failures in a row, but... Okay, 2, so the image should show up now. There we go. Okay. I don't know why it didn't like that. Alright. Okay. And then this one on the right is still working. Okay, plate solve. Go to succeeded. Okay. Alright, so this should be good. So we should be able to go to the monkey head now. So, monkey head, which I still have in Stellarium, so I'll do 30 minutes. Try this again. Try autofocus. Hopefully I don't break it again. That is just so bizarre. I mean, if the one on the right doesn't work with this latest thing, I might try using the app to see what it thinks of the state of the telescope. But it is autofocusing. And there should be a bright star in the center there, so I think it should be able to autofocus okay. Right. Yeah, it's interesting. Like 4 frames in a row failed, and then no, it's okay, seemingly. So yeah, yeah, 3 to 6. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll have to figure out what target I want to try tomorrow for the mosaic, the native mosaic. This is off to an inauspicious start. %, 3%, or 3 failed. Yeah, I can see some of the nebula there. 4 failed. Maybe it'll actually succeed at some point. Yeah, I could see that. 5 failed. That's star trails. Like, okay, it got 1. 5 in a row failed, and then it got 1. I wonder if it was in that mode where it's like drifting. I hadn't had it happen that much. Yeah. Okay, cool. I can see the monkey head already. And this one is, yeah, doing okay. So let me see what I'm going to do tomorrow for this initial mosaic. Okay. Why isn't it? Oh, duh. It's late and I'm not thinking clearly. Okay, so if, let's see, it's 6:30. Let's see if I go live at 7 tomorrow. Let's see what I could image, or what would be a worthy mosaic using the native mosaic. Now I could do Andromeda, because that'll be nice and high in the sky. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I mean, since Andromeda was my first target with the Seestar in general, maybe it should be my first mosaic target as well. The problem is the Wizard Nebula isn't going to be in view too long. Some of those are too big. Maybe I could do the heart, the baby nebula, because that's not as big as the heart. Yeah, I could do the baby nebula maybe. Yeah, maybe do the baby nebula. Or I'll do Andromeda. I mean, I don't need to do all of Andromeda. I could just do more, like an area around the core or something. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, the good thing about that is it's high in the sky. it's unobstructed. Now, how long can I image it? Yeah, I have 2 hours. I have at least 2 hours from 7 p.m. So I could do 2 hours. Nice. Okay, let me check. Let me check Discord. Let's see. Discord. Discord, dat cord. All the chords. Nice. Look at that. That looks nice. How many panels for M42? I mean, that's, and if I may say, it was a collaborative effort in the sense that somebody asked the question, Seiko, and I implemented it, but I do say I like the stretch. I like the Graxford stretch. I really do, because that looks nice. Very nice. I know I'm rambling, but I got up at like 6 this morning. I like that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to M42 being a little bit better positioned. Okay. Right. 4 2x2. Nice. I also get the running man. Yeah, that will be nice. Yeah, color correct. In what sense? Because one thing, I haven't showed as much Python this time. Cosmic Ray, I think was disappointed that I wasn't like spending more time looking at code. But one thing I had done is I had created this kind of processors folder because my idea was I wanted to add, you know, multiple things so you could do different processing. Like, what is... Okay, like this was some logic I got, but I didn't end up implementing it to do saturation improvement. I think I lifted that from Graxpert as well. But the thought was I wanted to be able to, because there's so much Python image processing stuff. Oh, right. Right. I mean, the best time of year for targets, I mean, it's different times, but I do like this time of year because, I mean, Andromeda is still, the Andromeda galaxy is still visible and Triangulum, and the stuff in Orion is starting to come into view, and the Heart Nebula is still up. And you have like things like the Monkey Head. And I guess also partly it's just where I mean, you have similar things, I guess, but where I am, where it's hot and hazy in the summer, the skies tend to be more clear. Like the transparency tends to be better in the winter, I think. I haven't quantitatively measured it, but it just subjectively it seems that's the case. And then combine it with some of these bright targets. Well, Orion's like very bright, but you know, some decent targets. I do like some of these targets this time of year, personally. And yeah, the Seestar can be remember that original stretch I did? That it was just like horribly green. Like that was just a nightmare. Okay, so this is, I don't know why it's dropping so many frames. Well, it's still mostly okay. And this one's also kind of dropping frames, but that's okay too. It's making progress. They're both making progress. Now this one is... I did it as an hour for the entire mosaic, mostly because I wasn't sure how much time I should put into it, and plus I didn't want to necessarily stay up super late. That might be a tomorrow thing. That might be something I do tomorrow. Because the conditions tomorrow should be good, and I could potentially let it run, yeah, till 2, 3 in the morning, maybe. Maybe I could run the same mosaic like 2, 3 hours. Maybe I'll do that. This one particularly. See, this is why I need a third telescope, because I'm going to be doing, I could end up doing a few hours of this, of the Jellyfish Nebula. I'm going to do a few hours on the other scope earlier on Andromeda. See, I need a third telescope so I can target other things. Yeah. Now, there are some nice summer targets. Problem is I didn't get enough time on some of the targets, and from my house, some of the, like the Trifid Nebula and the Lagoon Nebula and the Eagle Nebula, Omega Nebula, I barely got any time on them, because combination of being low in a very narrow window, and also the temperatures. I mean the temperatures of the weather, where it was like rainy, and just didn't get much time on them. Kind of a bummer. Oh well. Yeah, and the problem is I have like the window. See, maybe if I can get my act together, I want to go out to Fort Bend. I want to go out to not Fort Bend. Fort Bend. Fort Bend's near here. Fort Davis. I want to go to Fort Davis and Big Bend. Really what I want to do is camp in Big Bend, because the skies there would be incredible if so long as the weather is good and there isn't pollution. I was out there years ago. I was out there in West Texas, and I was at the McDowell Observatory, which is so it's here. And so, oops. So here's Fort Davis. And the thing that I thought was cool about Fort Davis is just like in the town itself, it's like Bortle 2. Oh gosh, dang it. Even in town, it's like Bortle 2. And so, like, I remember standing in the parking lot behind the hotel, or the motel, and the skies were just phenomenal. Like, nice big ad here. The skies were just phenomenal. Like in the town. But yeah, you go up to the observatories up here, like on Mount Locke, and like the humidity was, this was years ago. I was the specific time I was there. The humidity was like single-digit %, and like the air was super dry, and you could feel it. You could really feel it. And the temperatures were mild. And like, I remember looking at a mountain, and I was asking kind of one of the people there, and it's like, how far away is that? And he's like 10 miles away, 20 miles away. And it didn't look 10, 20 miles away. And then he pointed out like this distant mountain range. And then in the haze beyond it, you could see an even fainter mountain. And he claimed that fainter mountain. So the thing about Fort Davis here, it's kind of a high range, and the areas around it are lower. And there's kind of like some plain areas down here. And I think it was towards, I don't remember which direction, if it was this way, but the mountain was in Mexico, like the distant mountain. It was like 150 miles away or something like that. And it was crazy. Like the skies there were just, yeah, it was amazing. But yeah, here in Big Bend, like, yeah, I mean, look at the sky brightness. It's like nothing, like zero artificial brightness. And it's yeah, it's a few hundred meters. Yeah. So like there's a what do you call it? There's I forget where the campground is, but it's somewhere. There's a couple of campgrounds, and there's one that's at a higher elevation than I was thinking it would be. Maybe I'll do that in the spring. But I've been wanting to go out there because like there's nothing out there. I mean, this park, it was interesting because like years ago, 10, 20 years ago, you'd look at cell phone coverage maps of the US, and there's some areas with gaps, but there was like this huge gap that was right in this area around the park, and in the park, no reception. I ended up I had rented a satellite phone years ago when I was out there because we were in some really remote areas and there's like no cell coverage. But that might be a story for another day. Ended up hanging out with some of the park rangers. Like I say, that's another story for another day. That was a neat trip. We actually stayed with one of the park rangers. Their little kind of compound in the park. Anyway, but that was a neat trip. But yeah, that area is just so remote. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but let's see, if I'm doing two different mosaics, I need to have yet another scope. Because see, then I'm yeah, south looking into the city. Yeah, I'm not looking into the city, but to the south I've just got buildings and just that, like, this is the like, this is my south, where I have kind of this little canyon between buildings, and the objects are here like for an hour or less. So when I was imaging the Eagle Nebula, it would only be there, yeah, like 45 minutes I could image it. So yeah. And because this wasn't 100% accurate, I wouldn't necessarily start imaging at the exact moment that it became visible. Like sometimes it might be 10, 15 minutes afterwards. So yeah, I'd end up with half an hour or 45-minute window that I could actually image something. Yeah. Yeah, that's 30. Yeah, see? I'll have two S50s tied up. I'll have like an array. I'll have an array of scopes, live streaming. Have you know, could be imaging something and then, you know, like let's check in on this mosaic or let's check in on this other one. I mean objects are visible in from my backyard for such short periods of time sometimes. Like it really kind of could be like, especially when I was imaging things down here. Like if we go back, yeah, like back in August, like, you know, where I'd have you know, I'd have something like yeah, I mean, like I'd have to pick one object. Like I'd have both telescopes pointing at two different targets down here, but like if I pick like, yeah, the Lagoon Nebula right here, you know, I start that and an hour later it's gone. So I'd have to, you know, I'd have one thing pointing at Lagoon, and I'd have another thing pointing at the Eagle Nebula, but then I wouldn't be able to image any of these other things that evening because, and maybe I didn't get enough data on the Eagle Nebula, so then I'd tie it up again the next night, and then if I had a few days of rain, that would really kind of constrain me. So yeah, that was kind of a drag. I mean, I'm happy with the images I got, but it was definitely not great. As far as like the amount of time. And then, of course, like there's all the globular clusters, which are cool. But yeah, anyway, so here and now we are, what in the world? Okay, Betelgeuse is up. Actually, I could start imaging. Is that right? Is that now? Huh. What do you know? It's already visible. Orion Nebula. When did that happen? Okay, it was within the last hour. It was, so right around midnight, it kind of emerges from behind. So that's good to know. What's this one? Okay. Sometimes I see these galaxies and I'm kind of curious, and a lot of them are just small. I want to definitely do some more. I want to do some imaging of the witch's head, or the witch head, but that's probably going to take some time. Definitely want to get a mosaic of Andromeda. Yeah, so that's good. That's good. Cool. So tomorrow, yeah. So I'll do Andromeda Galaxy tomorrow evening for the native mosaic. So this panel is almost done. This is looking nice. I mean, the monkey head's a nice bright target. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't travel much these days. Sorry, I just noticed something. Yeah, basically something did happen. And it may, I don't know if it affected the volume, but yeah, basically I run OBS on this computer over here, and it ran out of memory, so that might have caused. Hold on, sorry. Apologies for the delay. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me figure something out here. Give me a moment. Uh, um, let's see. I'm behind on for some reason, the chat. Yeah, so I don't know what happened with the music. Okay, cool. I'll take a look at that. Oh, nice, the window. Is it coming over? Let me see. Just trying to see if it... The problem is what I'm hearing is like delayed. I mean, the music is fed separately. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, she's doing it pretty much. Okay. I think I hear it. Is the volume okay now? It's too quiet. The problem is I'm like delayed. Oh, and gone. Hi, Chris. How's it going? Okay, so this one went on to the next target, and this one just finished. I can hear it. Is that volume okay? It's hard for me to tell in these microphone these headsets because it's kind of it's an open headphone. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, if there was a misfire, it's because that for some reason I need to look if I'm running the latest version of OBS, but it was like 16 using 16 gig of memory, and it locked up the computer, so I have no idea. Cool. Great. Thanks. Good. Okay, so after that, I mean, it wouldn't be a proper live stream unless there were like some kind of technical issues. So now I need to, while this one on the left is going, let's find something for the right. You know what? I'll do Orion. Let's do Orion. Problem is I'm not going to be able to do a mosaic, but that's okay. It's okay. So, Casper the Friendly Ghost, that's kind of dark. I do like that's, yeah, so many targets here that I want to do. But, yeah, the framing is good. The Great Orion Nebula. Although the framing's a bit off there. So if I could do like, or do I want to go ahead and do a mosaic? Why the heck not? Let's do a native native mosaic. The problem is I can't show it on screen, so but let's try to do something here. I'm going to relinquish control. I mean, the good thing about M42 is it's bright enough that it should, there we go. See, it just pops up there. Control. I haven't used the app in such a long time for taking images of things. So let's see how this works. Okay, this looks obvious enough. Sorry. Basically, I'm doing a tight mosaic, but kind of also rotating it. It says it'll take 0.6 hours. I'm only doing a 1.2 mosaic around Orion, or do I want to do 1.3? I'll do 1.3. A 1.3, and I have it rotated. I have it rotated minus 20 degrees. And tomorrow I'll come up with a way of sharing the screen. Okay. I'm having it go to. Yeah, so let's see what this comes up with. And as soon as this locks on, I'll set this to the side. Okay, cool. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, it's imaging now. Yeah, I need to use the app. Yeah. No, Alp joins as a controller if nothing's controlling it. So did somebody try to do that? Has anybody tried? I'm just curious, because like I'm guessing somebody tried. Okay, BTG did. Well, let's see. Let me see. I'm used to breaking stuff. Okay, bucket view state. But it might be, let's see. Live base. Actually, first things first. Let's go to live view. And okay. If master, let's I'm just like living on the edge here. Ha 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 ha. Booyah! Okay. I see immediately one of the problems. Interesting. Okay. Okay. And this is actually the exact framing I'm seeing on the app over here. That's interesting. I can see what he was saying about the bugginess. Yeah. Yeah, no. What Wiley Sight said. Yeah, unfortunately. So this is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, they now this is interesting. Let me look at the code here. Why is it? Let me bring the code over here. Yeah, it is seriously confused because it thinks it's in continuous exposure mode. Oh, it still thinks it's that's confused. Let me figure out something here. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry. It's interesting, these frames that are showing up as it's moving. Yeah, this live view is on the right side at this moment is exactly what the app is showing. Yeah, live coding. Yeah, so let's see. I haven't touched this code in a few weeks, so I have to remember something here. Live imaging. I have a lot of telemetry in here, so let's see, where is it? Okay, preview frame. Yeah, that's what I think. No, and what's interesting is I had this problem with the old code, or the first iteration of the live view code, where sometimes when it was stacking it would get confused and it would have the continuous imaging code and the stack. And I wonder let's see. Unknown. Okay. That's fine. At the mosaic, this mosaic will finish in 13 minutes, but I'm gonna kill and restart the app, so that's gonna mess up the stack, which is okay. That is amazing. Sorry, I just looked at Wiley Sight's photo of the window. This is at Big Bend. That is awesome. I mean, it almost doesn't look real, like the layers of terrain. Okay. Okay, so yeah, current stuff. Yeah. Yeah, let me see. Yeah. And you're correct. Yeah. What Wiley Site said. No, I use the app. I'm just this is still in this is in guest mode. I basically relinquished control and then started it with the app. But I'm wanting to see if I can. I mean, like the effort to get the mosaic working in the app might be a lot, but I'd at least like to be able to view it, you know? I mean, we're getting brief glimpses of it building up the mosaic. But let me I'm going to stop and restart this, and it's going to hate me for that. But that's okay. Wow. It is really, really confused. Huh. Why? Okay. Fine. But why won't it? Will this break anything if I... Oh no, I can't do that. Why isn't it... Oh, that was interesting. It just showed for a fraction of a second. Okay, let me... Oh, I see the error that he was talking about. Get view state. Yeah, this is... See, this is what it's complaining about. Star map. Hello. Hello, game god. So let me see. I can force it into star mode. How do I do that? Let's see. Just trying to remember. See, now I'm like on a mission that I want to at least, like it was working. Live view. What was it? Okay. Let's see. Sorry, give me a moment. Okay. And okay. I hope this won't make it much worse. So we're about to find out. About to find out. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, interesting. Like it briefly showed. Let me stop. Stop. How could I force it? Because I'm forcing it into... I'm forcing it into star mode. But then star mode is... What was interesting is that it must have, the imaging system must have already been running. Yeah, yeah. There was like the stack and the sub. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Set, okay. So if I render it, let's try that. See what that does. Okay. Idle. What? How can I force this? Oh, okay. AltAz. Oh, interesting. I'm getting messages back from the telescope saying, "Oh, hold on. Actually, that's actually an interesting thing. Interesting. Okay. 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 Let me undo the code. Let me undo what I just did. Okay. Okay, and let me restart. Basically what I did is I just, because I remembered, oh right, if you're imaging with a Seestar, like it's doing the imaging on the telescope itself. So I just relinquished control on the app, and now, and I reclaimed control from Alp. So now I just need to see. Oh, it looks like it's just working. Is it? Yeah, I think it's just working. You can start it. You start the imaging session, and then, sorry, you start the imaging session. Hold on, I've got to get back my browser. You start the imaging session in the app while it's in control, and then I just relinquished control and took it back with Alp, and yikes, that's a lot. But basically, yeah, so I gave up control from the app, took control, in Alp, and it looks like it's updating correctly, because I did add logic when we turned on that old legacy mosaic mode, where it ends up it produced images that were bigger than the normal image size, and so I added logic to be able to handle that, because I was thinking, so that's why the text field is still kind of in the same position, because it looks at the size of the image, and even though it's bigger, it calculates where it needs to put it, and it doesn't break. But it looks like it's updating, isn't it? Because it's mirroring what's in the app, and the app is still showing like progress updating. Should be another frame. Yeah, it just filled in another bit down here. Yeah, so yeah, so it yeah. Well, and I think the problem was it was like flipping back and forth, and there was something going on. But by relinquishing control and taking control back, it can at least display the mosaic, which is good for what I'm trying to do, where I want to show it. I mean, it's a little awkward. It wouldn't necessarily be ideal for most people, but at least like when I do the mosaic of Andromeda tomorrow, I'll be able to do the same thing, start it up on the app, and then relinquish control and bring it into SSC, and at least we can watch it then. Cool. Well, that's good. Now, the fact it's completely broken in guest mode definitely needs some work. But I think that may require some more digging. Yeah, I think that. Actually, let me. Web page zooming doesn't zoom the image. I mean, at least with me, like if I kind of pinch and grab the page, I can like zoom the image. But if you just do the scaling, it doesn't change the image's sizes. But like, yeah, if I kind of pinch the image, I can grow it. So at least I feel kind of like at least something's working. It's not working like 100%, but let me test something here. I want to test out something here. Yeah, I mean, so what I did is I released guest mode. I released control from the app and then reclaimed control in Alp after I started the mosaic. And then everything just worked. Sorry, I'm real quickly downloading something on this computer. Just, sorry, just testing something out here. Okay, give me a sec. Almost there. Perfect. Cool. Hold on. Almost there. Sorry. Yeah, so the method to my madness is since I have it running, since I have all this running, and the problem whenever I was testing some of this stuff is I really only could do it at night when I'm like actually imaging star mode, like scenery mode, moon mode, sun mode. That was easy to test, but some of this kind of stuff was more difficult to do at during the day, and I had to do some of the testing at night. But then if I'm live streaming, I can't test the code. Anyway, I just wanted to try to figure out what I needed to have to be able to implement live view in guest mode. So that's all I was doing just now. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, let me see. Let me see. And actually, I should stop this one because this was as much as I was going to get with this. So let me. Okay, let me see. Let's look at the code here. Live. Star mode. Style max height. It's not actually fixed at the image size. It's fixed at or the initial height is relative to the let me just comment that out just for now. Oh, now it's too big. I can't even. Yeah, this is now. I can't even scroll right on this. So I want to at least do max width 100%. Okay, that's a little bit better. So now you can, but this is, but yeah, it's, but yeah, this is, it's filling in the mosaic. Yeah. Yeah, you have to, yeah. Yeah. The problem, I've struggled with how to do, like, the best way to lay out this screen. Mostly because HTML's a pain, and I also wanted, well, in CSS specifically is a pain, and I wanted to make sure it did something at least somewhat sensible by default on desktop and mobile. And the problem is, like what I had just a moment ago, where if I do it 100%, if I do it 100% width, but don't constrain the height, I end up with, like, it doesn't overflow on the width, but then, but then the height ends up becoming like a problem, like where you're having to scroll, which sometimes you want, but a lot of times you don't. But like the idea of having some kind of, no. And so viewing in the guest mode, I was collecting data to try to figure out how I'll be able to do that. So stay tuned. But at least for the sake of tomorrow, I'll be able to show the what do you call it, Andromeda, by at least setting it up in the app, and then releasing control, and then bringing control back to Alp, and then at least I can view it. But at least I'm glad that at least we can view the mosaic without going through too many hoops. So you can kind of see how it, I mean, for those who've used it, you know, where it starts kind of the initial bit of it, and then it's kind of trying to fill in the corners. Yeah. So at least it's possible, and I just need to figure out the way forward. Yeah, I mean, the size isn't going to be a problem. It's just a matter of, I mean, like the way it scales it just, but the image itself is like full size. Like if I open the image in a new tab, like this is full size. It's not scaling the image down. It's just scaling it down in the browser. I mean, the browser is scaling it, but yeah. I'm not updating the other scope immediately. No, because I want to be able to deal with both. Yeah, I'm not planning on updating both of them. If anything, I might keep the other one on the old version indefinitely. But yeah, it's oh, there you can see it's like filling in this upper corner here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure where the other... Like, I saw it update a couple of chunks in the corner, in this corner. And it still has a bit down here. But it wasn't, I don't know how to check the stats, but it was like a 10%, 20%, like 1.1, 1.2, but it was also at a rotated 20 degrees to try to get, and it said it was going to run 0.7 hour. Yeah, so it's almost filled in the corner there. Cool. Yeah, let me see. The SNR is 7, it says. But I'm just happy that it once it got control back, it's not completely, it hasn't fallen apart. I think part of it is that those get view state errors, I think that's going to be the thing I need to figure out, because that drives a lot of the other behavior. It needs to know if you're actually stacking, and then it uses that to decide, you know, what requests it needs to make. So I need to have like an alternative way of doing it for guest mode. But it should be doable. I just have to see how invasive it's going to be. But the nice thing is at least we're able to view it. That was the big thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. Well, it is easier now. Because I don't know if you had seen that earlier, but there's a new, it was added today, well, technically yesterday, guest mode screen, where you can, it shows you the devices and you can release control. And that, and likewise, if neither device has control, you can claim control. So I feel like that has made it a lot easier. I mean, it's still, it could be even easier, but I feel like that's a bit better. In INF means is infinite. It's having a hard time calculating the number. That's why it said INF. Yeah, when the SNR is INF. I mean that stuff's definitely a work in progress. It's getting there. Like if it was, yeah. I mean it's almost gotten rid of all the black. Now it's noisy around the edge, but it's getting there. I just wanted to check the power on that. But yeah, that is looking good. Let me see if there's anything else I want to do on this left scope while it's sitting there idle. I was so preoccupied with this mosaic that I totally ignored the other one. I don't know if I have a lot more. Ugh, that's rough. That's really rough. Yikes. Let us see. Yeah, actually, I don't have anything in my list just because I haven't looked for things this late. So let's see. Sorry. Cool. Great bird cluster. Mars is coming up. Is there anything down here? Why does it do that sometimes? Just various... Oh, surfboard galaxy. M108. Oh, that's cool. Vacuum cleaner galaxy. Does the vacuum cleaner galaxy suck? Let's see. Intergalactic Wanderer. What does it do on live view? It may or may not work depending on what you're doing. If you're in star preview mode, not recording, it'll start imaging. It'll start stacking. That's about it. I don't think it does anything else on any other screen. So if it's on another screen, it needs to be removed until it does something. Oh, the rosette. You know, that I could try that. Try a mosaic of that. Not tonight, but that could be another target to try. Yeah. Actually, oops, wrong one. I wonder if I want to do, let's see what this looks like. Yeah, the framing of this isn't bad. So maybe if I center it on that. Yeah, maybe I'll center it on that. And I'll image this with the other, with the equatorial one. So that is, let me look. Go that, go image, grab the coordinates, and it's, I'll just call it Horsehead Nebula Flame. Horsehead Flame Nebulas, for lack of a better thing. And I'll do 30 minutes. I'll do 120. And I'll use autofocus if that works. Oh, I would definitely not hit record if you're running a mosaic. Yeah. Yeah. No, that would be cool. Checking the cross-checking the SNR. Cool. Oh, I didn't even check. Shoot. It's actually slightly negative. I didn't even notice that it was below the horizon, below the horizon. But just slightly. Yeah, that's Celsius. Yep. It's toasty. Let's see. Okay. So that should be running. Yeah, I'm just looking at some telemetry just to see what's going on. But this is getting there. It's just it's still noisy in the corners, but all it needs to do is cover that little bit there. And it did say 0.7 hour, which would be 42 minutes. It's a little bit past that. Drop 37 frames. But we'll let it go for a bit longer. I'm not 100% sure where that sensor is. I presumed it was one or the other. So let me see. Is the equatorial one running? Equatorial. Just looking at the focus completed. Received. Is it actually imaging? Doesn't look like it's imaging. Schedules are running, supposedly. It's getting... Is it actually doing anything? That's so weird. This isn't the first time this has happened now. Live. Not live. And that doesn't even look right. Schedule. Stop the schedule. Okay. Stopped. Stopping. Why is it still stopping? Feel like I'm breaking it left, right, and center. Interesting. So let's try this again. Is that right? Was it still at the right coordinates? Yep. So I'll go horse head, flame, nebulas. Now I'll do 30 minutes, 120, use light pollution, not gonna autofocus. Then I'm gonna start and we'll see what happens. Yeah. It's getting there. Okay. Why is it not going? So EQ mode, I started it and it said it was going to start going there. Trying to reach Mount is and go to routine. Let me look at the live view. Okay. Okay. Nothing. Huh. Sorry. Just trying to figure out what is going on with this. Okay. Let's see, where is it? Huh. That. Very strange. All right. The coldest temperature. I mean, it doesn't get particularly cold here, but I've run it down to about freezing. But like I say, it's not particularly cold here. Let me try picking. Let's pick a different thing. Let's see, what would be a different target? I'm just gonna try this for about 10 minutes. And there's method to my madness, I think. 120. Okay. All right. Wow. That's impressive. I mean, yeah. Now I know it. I think it has problems charging above and below, like below a certain temperature. Definitely has problems above a certain temperature. All right. Let's see. Is this? Huh. It is having issues. Plates all failed. But then it's like, then it succeeds. Just looking at the logs, solving. EQ plate solve. EQ solve failed. Solve succeeded. Okay. Ah. Huh. Weird. Anyway, sorry, it's I'm looking at these logs and it's acting strange. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, mine's not quite that cold. Hmm. Anyway, I'm trying to think it ended up. Feel like it's confused a bit. Still is missing a little bit over here. Let's see, live view. And, oh, that's why. Yeah, it got disoriented. The equatorial one. Okay. What in the world? Okay, cool. Didn't need to point it that far high up. Okay. It's really confused. Let's try again. Trying to get the equatorial one kind of in a better spot. I mean, let's see. Do I want to move it down a little bit? Okay. I don't want to go too far down. Okay. All right. Okay. It's really confused, so I'm gonna go commands, and I'm gonna force a plate solve. Wait, get current plate solve result. Let me force a plate solve and see what it thinks of where it is. Okay. Solving. plate solve failed. Solver failed. Huh. Where is it? Let's see, what? Live? Should be looking at something. It seems fine. Oh, let me check something here. Settings. I'm gonna disable the light pollution filter. Go live. Should be able to see a lot more stars. Maybe, maybe not. Let me go settings. 200. Yeah, anyway, let's see. Live view. Probably doesn't make a difference on that, but does the area just not have many stars? Let's try this again. Try plates off. Just trying to figure out why oh why it doesn't know where it is. No, it finally filled in that corner up there. So this finally filled in the corner. It's been running for an hour and it has 33 minutes of integration time. Okay, it plate solved. All right. Now, let's see if this works now. I'm gonna go image. Oops. Image rosette. And that is above the horizon. Above the celestial horizon. And I'll do 20 minutes. 20. Let's see if this actually works. Wait. Yeah, this is confused again, I think. Oops, not live. Image, not image. Why am I doing image? I want to do schedule. And it says stopping. See, why is it stopping? So strange. Okay. All right, stopped. So we'll try this again. Image, rosette, 20 minutes, 120, go. All right. And start. Okay, it is going. I think the problem is I was doing something below the horizon. And I don't know. I don't know if that was part of the problem. direction image. Okay, plates off. Let's see, where is it pointing? Okay, wait. It should not be pointing that direction. I don't think. Let's see. Maybe I should point something. Maybe I should go back to Bode's. Yeah, maybe I'll go back to Bode's. Let's see. Lights all failed. Let's see if I can go commands. Can I stop a go-to? Let's see. Okay, there is something seriously messed up about this. Let's see. It's like it, yeah, there's something weird going on. Now this seems to be working fine. It's just, it's taken a while to get there. So weird. Let's see. Was there something I did here? Huh. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Settings. Turn off the light pollution filter. Oh. Maybe that was my problem. Okay, go look at live view. And I should see more stars there. Okay, good. Alright. Let's see. Basically, the equatorial scope seems to have gotten terribly confused. And I don't know if it's because I was trying to image something below the horizon. And then it, yeah, ended up kind of getting confused, and then I'm trying to image something, and it seems to be really confused. Okay. Let's see. I've told it to plate solve. And is it? Is it plate solving? Did it? Let me go back and check. Okay, it did complete the plate solve. It seems to be pointing somewhere. So let me try going to let's see if I dare do this. Let's see if this goes. Okay. Telling it to go. Wait. What? What in the world? Oh, okay. Now it's pointing to the right. It's pointing to the right place, I think. All right. It is plate solve succeeded. Okay. Plate solve. Okay. All right. Plate solve succeeded. Okay. So I think that worked. Yeah, that worked. So now I just need to... Actually, let me double check that the filter is off. Its filter is off. And let's go image M80, well, M80, M81. I'll do 15 minutes, 120. I'm just trying to get it to get its bearings and see if that works. And then if that does work, then I'm going to try that other target. Is it still going? I mean, does it eventually, like, complete? So 40 not quite 40 minutes of integration time. It's not too terrible. Is this actually running? Okay, it's pointing the right place. Is it actually stacking? Is the schedule running? The schedule is... Wait, why does it say Rosette Nebula? This is all kinds of confused. I wonder if that's related to that other thing with the, yeah. Okay. It's got one image. It's got two image. And it should, there we go. The alignment's not exactly where I wanted it, but it's okay. It's good enough. But it does make me think I want to, I'm just going to just get a few frames and then I'm going to stop it because I really wanted to try that horse head, but maybe not. Or maybe that's just a thing to do tomorrow. At this point it's getting late. It's 6 p.m. I mean 6 p.m. 2 a.m. local time. So maybe, because I feel like I'm spinning my wheels on this one. So yeah, I think I might, I know it's sometimes, I sometimes end it just suddenly, but I think it's gotten to the point where I should. But tomorrow I will have another live stream, and I'll try to start it at 7 p.m. to, U.S. Central, and yeah, and then probably do a little bit of image processing. Probably do a few hours of this. Gonna do a mosaic of Andromeda, and some other things too. So I think I will leave it at that. It is, and in the meantime, thanks. If you haven't liked the video, please like it, and I will see you next time. Yeah, I think that's it. Have a good evening, and see you later. Bye.